So, Wuthering Heights? Also, Cliff! Oh, I'm staring you guys dead in the eyes. Sorry. Oh, I don't exist anymore. Oh, wait. Hi. I have emotions! I'm not a soulless puppet! The sheep jotes are plentiful today. They sure are indeed. I was up for that damn trailer. It is with the Western stare. That's the face I make when I get a fucking thumb salt, dude. Speaking of, who's ready for a 10 pool? You found my comment in the trailer video. I have no idea what you're talking about. I shouldn't use this ticket yet. I should save this for the next banner. Okay, you got it. However, we can do a Walpurgisbum.
Walpurgisbum?
You saw me for like a split second on Motivator's stream and did a Leonardo DiCaprio point. What are you talking about, man? Who's Wellvader? What do they do again? 60, 55 plus 5 attack weight, unused, loose 15 SP, unused! Base power plus 1 for every 5 sinking on target, back 4, unused, deal more damage the further this unit's SP value is 45, plus 0.3% damage, 3 missing SP, max 21%, unused, deal 10% damage for every confident on self, max 10%, unused, deal 20% damage for every dual on self, max 60%. Ow! Okay, 10 full. Oh, you get shit! That's a lantern Don Quixote. There's no way that's let's just say Fang Hunt, Hook Office. There's no way that's Hung Lu. Yeah. Well, good news. All these fucking Don Quixote dupes mean I'm eventually gonna get fucking... I'm gonna get creative hatred no matter what. Anyway, let's finish this bum off. Oh, we had like the entire... the later half of the dungeon to do first. It's fine. We see the Ardor Blossom Moth within the containment unit. Small crimson particles of flame surround it like an aura. The flaming wings die out on one moment, only to roar vigorously in the next. Goat John is so goddamn cute like Holy Yell. We agree! An incessant attempt to set fire to everything around it. What a beautiful specimen, this Ardor Blossom Moth. Have you finished your observations? We've been learning a lot about the abnormality recently. There's still a lot of unknowns, but still. Speaking of which, here's a pop quiz. What ego gift can you get from the Ardor Blossom Moth? Ultrafly's dream, baby! I've done too many fucking mirror dungeons. Right on the money. You know your Ardor Blossom Moth. That's not all. Recently, it's been giving out these things, too. Take this with you. I'm just glad to have run into a kindred soul. We receive a burning, flickering flame. It seems to have come directly from the Ardor Blossom Moth itself. Embers. Huh. Cool. Oh wait, shit! I just realized I'm using a support Aisho.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
How are you guys doing? Oh yeah, this fucking music. Let's go.
흑수묘 뒷박질 준비.
도끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
Answer me, Aisho Pack.
묘야.
Are we gonna pull a Walpurgis ID
길을
today?
열어라.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만
것을
한답니다.
견뎠어.
Yeah, it's like the added immersion of me having the Angela announcer.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 하나 넘고
I feel
둘
like
넘고.
the implication of the music playing on
효율적인
the
대처로
speakers was in an
개체를
earlier
꿰뚫었습니다.
Walpurgis event.
참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Ah, fuck, we win, right?
흑수묘
시비수에게
뒷박질 준비.
명한다. 이 앞에 숨지는
가치
자
없고
누구
죽어라.
하나 살려보내지. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Yeah, this dungeon's getting steamrolled in Maheshos.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
Oh god, these fucking
囚
things.
人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
How hard was I jump scared by the director's new model? It being in 3D was
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게
when I've
간파했습니다.
seen the 2D models, it already looked.
관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
You know. God dang it.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
I mean, it's well made. It clearly looks well
고작 이
produced
정도
as a
탕류의
model too.
허덕이나.
Just for the life of me, I don't think the director knows anything about motion capture.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요.
흑수묘
시비수에게
긍정적인
명한다.
변화네요.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
Is it confirmed that he literally just uses his webcam? I mean, so do I, but I was saying, I have lighting. And also, my webcam isn't that bad. Yeah, alright. I mean, it's dead this turn no matter what. I should just one-rated
뒷박질
it.
준비.
Yeah.
깨우치시길. 효율적인 대처로
Guys,
개치를
I
꿰뚫었습니다.
think Heisho Faust might be a
참고로
bit strong.
기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Alright, one last question mark for the road. At the end of this hallway, a group of researchers is having a discussion in front of an unnaturally dark place. Noticing our presence, their faces brighten up as they approach us. Please, will you investigate this area ahead for us? You'll help with the best of our ability should you accept. Accept and investigate. A pride check! Splendid. I'd love to see some proper enthusiasm. Yes, I like your attitude. Take this with you. It'll help you in your investigations. After handing us the gear, the researchers walked up to the sinners and began examining them. Once they were finished, the sinners were all in tip-top shape again.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
Limbus Company IDs. Skill 2 gains offense level +1 and deals plus 50% damage. If there are 4 plus Limbus Company identities among the backup units, 2 random allies gain 2 offense level at turn start. That's pretty good for solo runs because I assume you will be running, you would be running at least 2 regular identities.
뒷박질 시간.
We arrived at the entrance to Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or fail the suppression, place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, you still believe in that potentiality? I do. It's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from him earlier. He told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you they can continue to research and believe that there might be things in the world that's worth working toward. Oh, we're just getting right into it then. Okay.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Would you like to know something about Hohenheim, as in where he's from? The fact that he's from Faust? I feel like we went over this last week.
일기당천.
I literally saw that he was going to target Faust. I'm like, nah,
도끼를 보내.
it's fine. She'll just use her
저
support defense.
해충들을 도려내라.
Answer me, Heisho Pax. Is your streamer a dumbass?
묘야. 길을 열어라.
틈을 끊어 개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것
그쪽 방향이
같아
아닐 텐데.
다행이군요.
모든 것에 견겼어.
사실 이런 보모구실은 제가 아니라 세피라들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피 저는
But what if I
언제나
were to...
수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요.
Hey, look at that. He's going to target all of them. Not even my allies. Okay, what's he targeting? This. This theme is distorted first warning. This is still distorted neutral, I'm pretty sure.
흑수묘
12수에게
뒷박질 춤
명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자.
더럽혀진 몸은 모를 하늘조차 없다시니 악하다는 모든 것들아 나와
Something I noticed while I was
영원토록
doing
뻥을 잡구나.
my Mirror Dungeon Adversity 50. I do not nearly take advantage of egos as much as I should.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아
Oh, I'm hearing the first warning now, yeah.
스스로 답을 구하시길.
My man has toy stacks, which are presumably from defending.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Fortunately, he is like a little baby. He's not hurt in the least.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
By which I mean he probably does hurt quite a bit. Fuck it, we win, mate.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
자! 숨통 끊기.
No more shield for you.
목을 떨궈주마.
Okay, maybe some shields for you.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
He's gonna unleash something nasty very soon. I can feel it.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다.
Yeah, okay.
관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는
Trigger
결과겠죠.
extinction sequence.
이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
I guess we better hope she wins the coin toss.
흑수묘 뒷박질 춤.
Oh yeah, command meltdown. That's fine. I believe in Rodian. Trust. See?
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
You gotta believe in your sinners, coward. Ow. What plagues your mind, manager? Your suppression effort seems to be smooth sailing. Wait, hold on. It is exactly as you see, manager, save for a few parts that were censored. I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I've committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Ah, of course, it may be reprehensible from a moral standpoint. Why would anyone ever look at it from that perspective, manager? Especially when you are well aware that, in the city, such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. I can feel his gaze on me. Like he said, the suppression is going well. But this feels wrong. That it shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? I feel like if we get rid of the defense passive sooner, we can just mod the shit out of him. Like, the poise doesn't matter if we constantly just punch through it, so... You're running away from something. Running away? An interesting point. But allow me to retort. My choice was not to run away. To deny and evade what has happened is too pathological a choice, isn't it? Ram, Kyoto, and... No. We're not doing Chickcliff. We have to go 100% if we're going to be referring to him that way. We're going to call him Cockcliff. Anything less is utter cowardice. Which is another aspect of myself that sets me apart from the common man. Hi, Ruby. When an issue arises, or in very rare cases where I to find myself in a tumult of emotional nature, I first attempt to establish a logical explanation. I reconstruct what was perceived and regulate my emotions. Expressing fury and anger is a plain waste of resources. But I must admit one thing, now that I have conducted some level of cold introspection. I will admit that it wasn't entirely mature of me to censor so much of my fathoms. Of course, this does not mean that I will now remove the censored memories. My ego is not so feeble as to be shaken by a few words. I didn't really understand most of what Hohenheim was talking about, but I can't shake this thought that everything he's been saying was just an effort to distance himself from his own emotions. Showtime. Day 2 of Saving Lunacy. Day 2 of Saving Lunacy. I had to spend shit on Walpurgisbum. I have no other choice. I have nothing from this fucking banner. Did you get both the 30 pulls? I'm talking about the rest of the goddamn roster.
틈을 끊어. 불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
자! 숨통 끊기.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Okay, but you can grind for that. You know, apparently I'm a 3-stream watch streak. I don't believe you. This is false information. Hazel Facts, kill this man.
틈을. 이제.
'How fitting that Faust would just fucking obliterate him.
効果的な攻撃でした。
What Manager, I have desired nothing more since the moment we arrived. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found the hope in potentialities because of me. A hope. An anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin without... Not without... everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you, Johann, what about you? Well, maybe next time. Some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering. Nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the Fathom slowly beginning to close. Sometime later... Ah, I've returned. Safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? You don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Because it's not easy to put my faith not in games of numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world that continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting for a researcher to be so, but it is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No. It was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. It seems that the classification for my distortion was Hand-5-SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I suppose it can't be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre, after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Hohenheim's researchers waved at us. We'll meet again, right? Ill. No, thank you. Everything has an end. So, do consider this to be our final meet. Down to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated was the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. Though I had only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre, but they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Karen and Virgilius were waiting for us.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
오늘도 W사의 워프 열차를 이용해 주시는 승객 여러분, 안녕하십니까? 이번 여정의 목적지까지 친절한 안내로 함께하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
I didn't realize I was an announcer.
오늘도 W사의 워프 열차
to another 10 pool! Yippee! And we ain't got shit, brother. I am curious. How many fucking cards are we at? Okay. From sheer dupes alone, I'm gonna be able to get either the Ego or the Queen of Hatred ID. Just use your red crates. I forgot I had those. Don't worry, we got 2 more pools ahead of us. Intervallo 5. Nocturnal Sweeping. I do wonder what this could be about. Happy New Year, everyone! Dante, any idea where that leftover cake from yesterday went? No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat. Darn. Did Donkey already get her paws on him? Ronia rubbed her tired eyes, muttered something about how we should have partied in her room instead, and stumbled through the back door. The New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents at the LCE. The sinners all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but annual celebration for the New Year's seemed to be a thread that connected their cultures together. They began floating the idea of a New Year's party, and... Excellent! Then permit me the honor of hosting this banquet! With her usual overdramatic boast coupled with a familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would be indeed a New Year's party, and thus it was decided. And? After all the hell we went through with the back door and whatnot for the out-of-season Christmas celebration? Yet I must insist, for 'twas but an effort to decorate the bus, the intent quite divorced from the act of celebration. Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. Huh? Oh, don't worry about me, really. Well, 'tis true that mine actions hath brought thee quite the distress, unintentionally, I might add. Thus I ask thee, wouldst thou not agree that a communal event to mark the occasion might freshen both our spirits and bodies? I can't even begin to imagine her amnesiac self even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it. But I guess with memory came tact. You know, it's our first New Year's together. It sure is an occasion for celebration, huh? Gotta hear that bell go ding to really mark the transition to a new year, right? Ah, it seems that we shall be welcoming the first light of the year in company. This is indeed a cause for celebration. A bowl of noodles before the last night of the year fades. Classic. Such bubbling enthusiasm from ye warmeth mine own heart! Forsooth, the grandiosity of this banquet shall be one for the books, fireworks most brilliant, and enough delicacies to... Heron, when's our next stop? Oh, good night, coward. I'll let you know how the nocturnal sweeping went. Mephi will be running non-stop for 3 days at least. Only Dum-Dum stop on a fast road. So she said. Virgilius muttered with his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin. Fie! For next year's celebration, the banquet shall be prepared ere the promised hour. Don Quixote's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but Rhodia brought out the cakes and cookies she'd stashed in her room so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. After that, we all stayed up together, watched the New Year's first sunrise briefly paint the city in gold, then retired to sleep. Is that the fucking walled city of Kowloon? When everyone woke up, rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside the bus had completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. Say hi to Han Yuan. Oh my fucking god! I had the lord of a fucking cube? H-Corp. The sinners began to voice their surprise, appropriately so, as what came into view was different from any of the nests we'd passed by on our journey thus far. Is that massive structure all one building? That whole thing's the nest. Where the hell's the back streets? That's big enough to cover H-Corp's territory and then some. Well, there he goes again, asking dumb questions without ever taking a peep at the guidebook. That's not the nest. That huge box you see over there? That's District 8. We call it Hong Yuan, the vast garden here at H-Corp. The nest lies within the center of the structure, and the back streets without. Ugh. They squeeze the entire population of this district in there? They just not get a ray of sunlight all year round? Huh. Well, at least they won't have to worry about the rain. Aha! Prithee, avail me a sight as well! As the sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, steered away from their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn toward Hung Lu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face, worried. It wasn't exactly something unique to Hong Lu, but the stories about his past home life we'd heard throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing. It's not such a bad place once you actually try living here for a while. But his lips, ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, are making the same relaxed expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference. Kind of like how Hong Lu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause. But actually, no. I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining those thoughts. My job at this moment is to keep a close eye on Hong Lu. More so than usual. And if the time comes for me to help him, as the manager, I'll give it my all. Besides. Ooh, this thing's even bigger up close. Verily, I carry no recollection of a structure so grand, even in past adventures of mine. If my efforts aren't enough, I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too! I collected my thoughts and approached the sinners who were flattened up against the glass window to get a good view. Alright, how fast does this go to shit?
이제야 부르나. 잠깐
어디서? 죽은 깨사. 뭐?
가시죠. 각 정리요원은 위치로 출발합니다.
오, 형님과 누님들을 위해.
It's showtime, folks.
이 경로는
We are going to show the shit out of you. Once we left the bus. Oh man. I believe we had to get off the bus here. We have to make a formal complaint against H-Corp for this crap. What the hell were they thinking doing shoddy construction work at the entrance of the highway that leads straight to the nest? Many causes there may be such construction projects, yet perhaps an early warning sign ere our approach to the site would have been a more sensible Were it not for young Charon's most valiant drifting, I shudder to even imagine the terrible possibilities. It would have been a most awful end to an adventure. It's no surprise that the sinners all had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up to the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put-together steel plates, blocking our path in the middle of the road. Karen quickly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown about like rag dolls. Good thing there was another road off the highway that leads to the city, right? I bet Karen would have tried to reverse gear all the way back to that last interchange. But looks like we'll be going through all these winding alleyways to get to the nest. It's so dark in here. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by faint strands of light. It was immediately obvious that we found ourselves in the back streets of H Corp. Looked pretty impressive from the outside, but it's no different from the other back streets inside, huh? Honestly, I feel like we're not talking about how much of an outlier you are in terms of rushing the game. Crazy how quick you get to modern content. Most people got stuck on Dung Bake and Ricardo for several days. I think Dung Bake took me 2 attempts, and the second attempt was just because I was just fucking win rating that shit, because Kanto 4 is not stuff you want to mentally engage with gameplay wise up until that point. And Ricardo would have been much worse for me had I not had a friend who had Zvia's Trail. So I got carried on that fight. I won't accept any other explanation. Yep, it's a familiar sight. Gotta say, it's getting real old. I asked thee, is this the nest of the district? Is the nest of this district shrouded in such darkness as well? No. These particular sites are limited to the back streets of District 8. The back streets of this district weren't very different from the ones we'd visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something. People scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness or discomfort. Scenes all too common in every corner of the city. There was one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. They're kind of reminding me of the former G-Corp soldiers back in District 4. The 2 other streamers I commonly watch for Limbus aren't even at Kanto 6. The one who started a week or so before you was still on Hell's Chicken. And the other's just starting Kanto 7, and she started like a year before me. To be fair, I streamed Limbus basically every day, and each one of those days was a separate fucking Kanto or Intervallo, except that, like, once we got to the late shit. Huh? What do you mean? You mean those fellas? The growths on their flesh appeared too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had odd protrusions or nodules bulging from their skin as well. Not at all, Manager Bud. Look, they haven't all mutated in the same pattern, like into an insectoid form, for example. Well, I guess I should commend you for not looking at them through a biased lens. You are observing the aftermath of District 8's distinctive method of treatment. Oh, so this is where the rumors about that bluish healing ointment come from, huh? Apparently they can cure any flesh wound after just one night dressed in bandages? It seems that certain misconceptions must be addressed. They are variations of H-Corp singularity, the bolus. The bolus? He is likely referring to medicines brewed and kneaded into ball-shaped pills. Correct. H-Corp, or the Hongyuan Bioengineering Group, mainly manufactures boluses that contains essences of treatment. The boluses may be taken orally, ground with water into a paste and applied directly to the affected area, or dissolved in water, soaked into bandages, and wrapped around the necessary area for treatment. Ah, I guess rumors transform as they travel. Oh, I see. I was just thinking about how they do things back at the K-Corp. The focus of K-Corp's technology is the reversal or recovery of one's conditions. Returning to the original state is the key word in their treatment. It is no rare sight to find unique technologies and technology developed independently by the inhabitants of the back streets of District 8, using the manufactured boluses. The treatments are not individually customized for each patient. Indeed, their focus is on selecting the appropriate technique from a myriad of choices to address the deficiencies in their statuses. Holy yapperoni! Perhaps one could choose the words transformation or evolution as a more illustrative descriptor for the method of treatment. So that's what counts as treated? The crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many of them appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing, or scratching absent-mindedly at their mutated parts. Ah, they must be the regulars. Unexpectedly, we found our answer not from Faust, not from Meursault, but from Hong Lu. The regulars? Yes, I've heard of them as a child. People who've grown too accustomed to visiting the clinics in search of their mystical treatments. The regulars might appear more intimidating than most people at first glance, but apparently all the side effects they've been stacking changes them in strange ways. It's highly likely that interoperation conflicts or issues will arise when applying highly disparate treatment methods to a single body. The rocks are quiet because the trees are listening. Why did Bong Bong show up to just say that shit? What the fuck? At least it's cheaper. At least it's a cheaper alternative for people who didn't sign up for life insurance. You speak of life insurance. Yes, life insurance. There's a special insurance option to bring the client back to life upon the event of their death. So, the irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos. The head does not consider the revival via life insurance to be a violation of their non-resurrection taboo. It is highly likely that, on a technical level, this revival is actually categorized as brain resuscitation as opposed to a full resurrection. Degradation of its functions considered, of course. Another fatal downside to this technology is that, unlike the manager's clock winding, the subject cannot be brought back if their brain is destroyed. Also, there is a risk of significant losses in the process of information transference. Remember to raise your words, not your voice, for it is rain that grows the grass, not the thunder. What the hell? This is the H-Corp Bong Bong idea, I guess. Losses, huh? So maybe some of their mutations could be more than just the side effects of these treatments? Maybe. But I heard it takes more than 1 or 2 revivals to change that much. And since apparently people in the backstreets could never even dream of paying consistent insurance renewal rates, so... After all, who would sign up for insurance if using its services could reduce them to such pitiful states? Yeah, they appear pathetic and pitiful to you rich bastards, don't they? You'll soon be in the same boat as them, so save some pity for yourself. Identify yourself. The stranger's voice cut through our discussion like a foreign instrument. We turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good. Bong Bong 815 in Kefalin boxes. Oh, God. You must be the young master of that high and mighty Jia family, eh? I can tell just by looking at your pretty face. I was gonna bring it up. His sister's name is Jia Zichun, but he goes by the name Hong Lu. This edible ain't shit. Fun fact, the character that looks like looks a suspicious amount like Bong Bong appears in one of the LCE ID backgrounds. That's crazy. Your friends, Hong Lu? No. I haven't had much chance to get acquainted with people from the backstreets, so... Nope, I've never met them before. Of course you haven't. Too busy living large, playing gods in a whole different world from us plebs, huh? Not that it matters. We're just here to take the thing you brought here for submission to the family hierarchy evaluation. What evaluation? Okay, there's clearly been a misunderstanding. There's quite a lot of them. We're not off to a great start here, but... man. Actually, no. It'd be a violation of our office's core values to jump them like we're some common thugs. I, Shan San, third son of the Triax office, challenge Jia Baoyu of the Jia family to a duel. This Honglu fella's cruising for a bruising, yammering for a hammering, hounding for a pounding. Our wager will be that the winner can take away anything they want from the loser. Wait, what do you mean a duel? Duel? I have heard tales that duels of honorable fictions of the Shinku Association branch announce their intent to duel by stating their affiliation and name instead of casting their gauntlets. And the pamphlet that young Ishmael had presented before me earlier presented the truth that the Triax office is indeed an office in the East, though they are indeed of a lesser quality. 'Tis a true, genuine, accurate declaration of a duel that we behold! So, it's just a fancy way of saying 1v1 me, let's go, innit? I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust? Agreed. This individual does not seem to possess any particularly exceptional skill that may pose difficulties for Honglu. I think it's going to be okay. I'll be back in a minute, Dante. You sure this is okay? I don't think you're going to lose against him, but, you know, just in case. No worries. I have some childhood experience with duels myself. I've done about 10 of them, I think? Huh. So the rich boy's dabbled in some duels, has he? It's... I think you misunderstand. I meant to say that I've done about 10 of them a day. Oh, but grandmother sometimes let me skip them, so it might have been slightly fewer than that on some days. What? I, Honglu of Limbus Company. No. I, Baoyu of the Jia family. Accept this duel. Honglu stepped forward confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Honglu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression, before curiously cocking his head to the side. Sorry, are we waiting for something? Oh, so... I always let the opponent get the first 2 moves in duels. Please, don't hesitate. Let me. You little... Your cocky pride shall be your downfall! Honglu is stinky and yucky? What do you have against Honglu, Bong Bong? The man who introduced himself as Shan San leaped toward Honglu. Then, after about a minute... How is this happening? Unlike Shan San, who was throwing punches and swings with boiling hot passion, Honglu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strike like he was out on a picnic. As though this was but a leisurely stroll through a garden. Whenever Shan San threw a powerful punch, Honglu redirected it to the side with ease, the fist only grazing his clothes. We were mesmerized by the feathery light movements of his hands and feet that effortlessly glided through the air. Until, after one blink and you'll miss it moment, we realized that Shan San was already face down on the ground, defeated. I mean, that's a little more than defeated. I think it looks like his face got carved off, bro. Oh? Young Honglu, hast thou been concealing thy full strength in our presence? Fight. Yet, to defeat this foe so soundly, the damsel touched grace between his strikes. As 'twas as though thou were dueling someone whose skill may only measure against the child's. Oh shit, my fucking microphone. Sorry, my microphone exploded for a second there. Hello, Dumball. But most of our fights happen in environments with a lot of variables. And we usually fight against enemies with all kinds of unexpected weapons and powers. The mic unplugged? A bit like that. You read him. Already familiar with that fool's moves? Oh, yes. One of my Biwu instructors used similar techniques as this gentleman here. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, right? Right, but I'm not sure if that's entirely relevant here. Well, anyways, it looks to me that he soundly kicked her behind in this duel. Let us through, why don't you? Long Lu could never do work on mounted to smiling bodies. We'll find out soon enough, won't we? And preferably not do the thing I think you're about to do. This duel wasn't overseen by a notary office anyway, and our employer's not gonna let this failure slide if we just leave. Don't just sit there. Move your asses and jump them! Pathetic. I can kinda see how we're becoming experts at getting jumped. With a bitter cry of the defeated, his gang rushed towards us. Oh, they have no idea how fucked they are. It's yeah.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
일기당치.
치비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨은 자 누구 하나 살려보내지.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Did I buy the battle pass or
적에게
did I get
치명상을
lucky?
입혔군요.
Answer me,
효율적인
facial
대처로
pass.
개체를
보여내라.
깨뜨렸습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 마약당을 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Are they going to help?
길 열어라.
I bought the battle pass, yes. The Heisho Ryoshu
방금
is a
청소를
support.
수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리 부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다.
말랬잖아.
자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
And Heisho Gregor is the only Heisho that I've ever pulled naturally.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동의 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을
You get
판단했습니다.
any Heath and Donity? I think I'm not going to get them, not for lack of trying. My
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
pools
샴페인을
are
가져오기엔 너무
usually
이른
pretty
타이밍이긴
miserable.
하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도
For context,
나쁘지 않겠죠.
for those of you new to my channel, I started playing Limbus Company and pretty much have been rushing the plot since around the start of the Arknights collab. Because I was told that Arknights would spoil some details that I didn't want to skip. So I played Limbus Company nearly every day for a month straight. And during that time, I pulled a little around 450 times on the Arknights banner, and I didn't get anything that didn't require me to exchange ideality for.
가치 없고
So it's not like I don't want to pull for those units.
이제 깨우치시길.
It's just that my luck was abysmal. You can go back to the earlier VODs and compare, but you'll see it was awful. This really isn't a great start, fellas. It's never easy, is it? Hey, at least we got a nice warm-up. Wasn't all bad. I don't know. This seems more serious than our usual street brawls. Ishmael's right. They weren't your everyday thugs who pick fights with random people for no good reason. They were contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Hong Lu. Is this still Intervallo? Does my title not saying that? This isn't meaning to be condescending, I'm scared. And given how open they were about their intent, calling it a contract, it doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract was exactly going for subtlety. Then maybe this is what Jazichun was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs? Whoever's behind this must have a bone to pick with Hong Lu. Indeed. It seems that we must expect more skirmishes like this going forward. Alas, was this trial not readily overcome? Not the point. Think on it a little more. Seems like they're assuming that Hong Lu's brought something here in order to participate in that family hierarchy evaluation. Then there's no reason to assume that we've seen the last of them. They're going to try again to take out the competition. A highly accurate assessment of the situation by the executive manager. I expected no less from someone of your genius. Going for the classics of brown-nosing today, Otis? Since when was it brown-nosing to compliment a job well done? Do you not expect... This inane conversation is most riveting. But I would prefer some silence while we eat. It seems that the company foresaw such difficulties. They've sent you a support team to help handle this issue. We heard voices coming from behind us from where Jillius pointed. My, you guys still haven't learned how to stick to the plan, have you? Really threw me off when I was told to meet you in some backstreets location away from our agreed rendezvous point. A familiar voice. A voice we could not forget. Been a while, everyone. She's alive! Well, we did know that she was alive, but, You ever played or have any info about the previous games? I have been playing Project Moon games every Friday for the past, like, half a year. I have been playing them straight. I went straight from Lobotomy Corporation right into Library of Ruina. The week after I finished Library of Ruina, Limbus Company. Actually, 2 weeks afterward, because I went on a trip, I think. Hi, I'm here too. We turned around to follow where the voice was coming from, and recognized the two people we'd been hoping to see again. Alright, who's ready for a 10 pull, everyone?
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데
Nice, I think
일조하였으니
Heisho Faust is broken, etc., etc.
내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
You finished Library of Ruina. This Intervallo has some surprise from the previous game. Remember the sweepers? Yeah, I remembered them ever since the Lobotomy Corporation. Have you, Chet? Anyway, we're performing the ritual. That's what I'm talking about. Give me greed!
내 앞에 서지 말도록. 하나가 되고 싶은 게 아니라면.
So this means I can now use the shards to get Otis's Magic Bullet Ego. It's fine. I'll have enough. However, what this also means is, Hold on, do I have Edgar Gregor? No. I do not. Here a quick rundown of my roster. If you have Edgar Gregor, then Solomon is recommended to get. I don't have Edgar Gregor. I have John Pierce. And I have... I have one of the only Faust that matters. I could probably use better Don Quixotes. I definitely could use better Ryosu's, but that's fine. Her chapter's coming up. I'll surely get something by then, right? I have the best Mirsol. Look at him. What a man. I have the only Hongmu I'll ever need from now until eternity. I also have... I could stand to have better Ishmaels, but I'm not really sweating on that front. I have damn near every fucking Rhodia ID for some reason. You got his regret ego. I exchanged shards for that one. Just because I had so many goddamn Mirsol shards. Here are all my Sinclairs. Really, I'm not lacking for IDs on his part. And now I can't really complain about Otis IDs now, can I? Don Claire is good if you're going to build a burn team considering you have Magic Bullet. Correct! I have Magic Bullet, I have Fire Fist Gregor, I have you, Rhodia, I have Somersault, counts towards some fire damage. I'm lacking a few essential pieces, I think. But it's fine, I make do. All you need is Liu Yisang and LCE Faust. Well, we'll see when we get those. Anyway. A guide? Sewed? Yeah. And hey, Pilot, right? What's wrong? It looks like you're all looking at a ghost. Pilot, didn't you tell me that you shared my news with them last time? I did, I sure did, man. Oh, yeah, you did. The sinners each recovered from the initial shock of seeing them again. And soon their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles. Well, good to see that things haven't changed much around here. Sode, we're so glad to see you're okay. Tick-tock to you too. Good to see your gears are turning just fine. Sode smiled with a familiar grin. She did not seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. Her outfit and badge, for example. Last I recall, you were promoted, yes? Allow me to congratulate you. Yeah. Or the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering in her eyes. Hey, I am merely congratulating her on her promotion and offering a recognition of her excellent accomplishments. I don't see what your problem is here. But we all know the meaning that promotion carries. Indeed, and it is very profound. After all, what meaning is there to a promotion attained without spilling some blood? Otis, please. You're a real piece of work. Let me ask you something then. If everyone behaves like you do around her, tiptoeing around the facts of keeping it hush-hush about what happened, where's she going to get the bare minimum of the recognition and the consolation she deserves? Hush-hush would have been nice. I even overheard some of them whisper that I let my partner die just so I could snag a promotion. So in that regard, I appreciate that, Otis. If we're being technical, I did die, except my brain was intact. Not even K-Corp's regenerative ampules could revive me if it wasn't. Did Effie also? Apparently they went right for Effie's head when they stabbed him with a prosthetic. According to the coroner's autopsy. You don't hate Cromer enough! K-Corp ampules, life insurance. Neither of them can revive someone with a damaged brain. It is what it is. Anyways, let's not dwell on the depressing stuff. We're here for work. Let's get some work done here. So let's talk about work, okay? Pilot? Yes, ma'am. Well, let's see here. Coincidentally, I happen to make friends with a feller who has ties to the Ja family, so I brought him over. Hey, is that everything? Yes, sir. Briefing over. Just as everyone was reeling in stunned silence at the least informative, least helpful briefing we have ever had the displeasure of sitting through, Ishmael was the first to catch herself. She looked up at Sode. Ryoshu's LCCB ID is based on Pilot. That's... I don't know what to make of that. Sode, can we rely on you for some elaboration here? The briefing was a good demonstration on the necessity of educating the 5 W's in 1 H principle. Chat! You guys know what the 5 W's and 1 H are, right? Win rate. Correct. Win rate, win rate, win rate, win rate, win rate, and win rate. With a W. A large W. Looks like we'll have a lot to discuss once we get back, Pilot. Did I do something wrong? Shh. Shh. Pilot, buddy, just stop. You're digging yourself a deeper hole with every word. Gregor quickly leaned in to warn Pilot, but it was likely too late. A nigh unnoticeable crease had already formed between Sode's brows. Prior to commencing this high-priority operation, it was necessary for us to find individuals with connections to H-Corp. So we, as the preliminary observation unit, were put to the task, and we managed to establish a connection with an individual. Oh, someone from my family? No. We tried, but your family proved to be a rather difficult nut to crack. However, as we were wasting our precious time with all of our leads, Pilot pursued an unconventional method to establish this connection. I really didn't hold back on compliments then, and this is how you... My collaborator is a former employee of the Ja family. After leaving the family, he now runs a lodging business. Then it is likely he is far removed from the family politics, less motivation for him to attack us due to conflicting interests. Yes, and according to Pilot's report, he still regards the Ja family positively. How can I not, considering the blessings they have given me? An unfamiliar voice butted into the conversation, as though to continue Sode's explanations. I humbly present myself before the Fellowship of Young Master Baoyu. Please, call me Qingtao. He greeted us in a most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an odd motion. Oh, is this how people greet each other here? Yep, it's called the Baoquan gesture. Bringing fist and palm together to express respect and peace towards the receiver. Knights greet one another by shaking their hands for the self-same purpose. Forsooth, thou art indeed one possessed of a chivalrous spirit. Indeed. Much that I worry about the qualities of people young master surrounded himself with. But I see that he is in company of those wise in the ways of the West. What the hell kind of face is that? I prostrate myself before the vast breadth of your knowledge. What grand generosity it is to open ajar the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren land. There's like a Venn diagram between Don Quixote and Otis, and this is the expression he's at right now. Something feels familiar about this. She's been getting less and less verbose with bootlicking these days. Not like this guy for sure. Dick Ryder! That's true. He's kind of like, how should I put this? Bit much? You guys talking about? Communicating only by the sound of a ticking clock. This is something I had already known ahead of time, yet... What a most curious exchange to behold in person! Brief this journey may be, yet I shall find myself thoroughly entertained in its entirety. Ha! Ha! Maybe it's the subtle sprinkle of disrespect that reminds you of the usual flavor. Wait, is this about me? You dare? Ahem. Was all that bootlicking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? Lotus shook her head with clear distaste and strode toward me. You are nothing like executive manager. Never have I once had such empty flattery in your presence, filled with nothing but hot air and superlatives. I'll leave the guidance of the backsheets to him. Well, looks like this is where... Soad fell silent, her eyes lingering on Virgilius, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us. So I finally get to meet the Red Gaze in the flesh. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Effie would have loved to be here. Manager? Virgilius seemed to sense her lingering gaze and walked towards us after nodding slightly in her direction. Manager Soul. Let's not make this any longer than it has to be. I'm not happy to be helping you with business. I'd much rather put this behind me as soon as possible. Oh, please, it's our historic first collaborative operation, isn't it? Can't you spare a little more time with us? The Guidebud's actually doing something? That guy? Yes, unfortunately LCC has our own business to take care of today, so I won't be accompanying the LCB this time. And the Red Gaze will be helping us out to get it done. Taking Mephi there. Vroom vroom. Maybe it's not that unfortunate now that I think about it. I feel like every mission with the LCB has always been an uphill battle to get anything done. Well, you see, back then we were... Just messing with you. I'm sure we'll have another chance to work together again. Boss, we don't got much time! Wait, before you go, I think you want some explanation, Virgilius. I will leave the details to Miss Faust. I am quite busy. Very well. Virgilius turned around and left toward Mephistopheles with an oddly disgruntled expression. Well then, I'll see you around. Next time, I'll show you that I can carry my own weight. You know, oh boy, last time we met, I was so darn pathetic. Pilot, competence is shown through action, not words. Soad and Pilot gave us a light nod before following Virgilius. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, then closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say to not make this an awkward farewell. Very well. Please, this way. Or maybe we were simply mindful of this guy who was responsible for the quality of our stay. I will be right back. I need to grab a bottle of water. Why does Reggie sound like he needs throat lozenges? That's just how he talks. Apparently, Dante. He's choking on the blood of the people who have wronged him. Alright, we're back. Oh, sinners! I've acquired hydration! Hasn't had a sip of water since Content 1. He hasn't had a sip of water since Leviathan. Ambush! Well, that didn't take long. Alright, showtime.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
I'm not singing. Deep resentment ought to be washed away. For when the far one comes, betwixt the burnt door shall a star fall astray. Are you sure we're going the right way? I don't like the sound of these weird songs. The main streets are most likely teeming with those seeking to bring harm to the young master. We must venture an alternative path. Like you said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper into the dark alleyways. The lack of foot traffic would normally be pretty unsettling, but I guess that's what we needed at this moment. As for the song, it's a song that's become rather popular in the backstreets in recent months. Lyrics are pretty, ominous for a popular song. It is a song that spread through word of mouth. It sings of how the annihilated Kong family... this is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Didn't know there was a song like that. Is this the first time you've heard of it too, Honglu? He's a posh kid from a posh family. I doubt he's ever set his precious feet in the back street, so it's no wonder he's never heard anything like it. I have been to the back streets before, but Heathcliff isn't wrong. I did spend most of my time in my room. That is precisely because you were the most treasured one of them all, young master. Much like how the jade of the greatest worth is to be cherished, prized, and hidden in the deepest depths of one's coffers where none shall reach. I'm... like him? To a lesser degree, particularly as of late. So that guy used to work for the Jia family, huh? You know him, Honglu? Young master? Is there something on my face? Ah. Honglu stopped himself as though a thought flashed in his head and glanced quietly in my direction. Then, it's nothing. Shall we continue walking down this road? Indeed. Humble as I may be, I am very well versed in the roads of this area. Honglu shook his head at me as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from Qing Tao. Should we be suspicious of something? He is a collaborator, but only a temporary one. A degree of caution would be advisable. Given Pilot's clear inexperience and naivete, it would do well to remain suspicious of this character. Faust and Otis approached me as Honglu was nodding and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back at our journey thus far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. This growing mistrust in mind, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Faust the burning question. So, what was that about back there with Virgilius? Something about him going off to help him out? The consequences of his actions at Wuthering Heights. Oh. His actions were a violation of one of the more important items in his contract with the company. He is simply taking responsibility for the breach of contract. I think back to the incident at the manor. It feels like such a long time ago now. Well, that's kind of a bummer. He really helped us out of a pickle. What? That's what they're dragging him away for? Is there a problem, honored guest? It's nothing. Nothing at all. No problemo. Right, Ryoshu? You idiot. Mirsol, can you carry Heath for a little bit? He's dead tired. It will be done. Heath, punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshu's sword, fell forward right onto Mirsol's welcoming shoulder. Odia? You know, the kind of person I hate the most? Kind of dull people who can't read the room. Did you feel the same way, Dante? Yep! I nodded enthusiastically as something seemed to imply that she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out, but... Rodion and Ryoshu judged correctly this time. Classified company information must not be discussed in the presence of an outsider. Reminds me of the time he got knocked out cold for a while because he kept asking questions without raising his hands. This guy just doesn't learn, huh? You successfully preserved the secrecy of classified information without spilling blood. I applaud this policy. I did good, didn't I? I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now. Oh, don't you worry, Dante. Heathcliff's gonna get compensated by having 2 fucking broken IDs released in a row. If it is no problemo, as you say, then that is well indeed. And I worry that it appears the problem has found us anyway. I stopped and looked around, realizing that we were surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands. What, happened to finding us a safer path? It is likely that my guidance has indeed given us a much safer pathway for the more obvious skirmishes. However, to my great regret, it appears that the more observant of our enemies have tracked us here. Damn it! Then what have you been here for? Isn't it your job to prevent this exact scenario? Let's leave the finger pointing for later. We're gonna have to take them all down. Must not be allowed to disseminate our current location. Exactly. Where are you slinking off to, Mr. Qingtao? I must regrettably and humbly say that my talents in war are terribly lacking, so I intend to become scarce for a moment. Yet I have the utmost faith in the strength of our young master, the honored guests, in overcoming this adversity. So... Qingtao was already standing so far away from the front lines that he was practically hiding behind me. Faust? Anything you could tell us about these enemies? No, but a consultation with the Gesellschaft seems unnecessary if we are to determine whether negotiating with them is an option. They're coming. Miss Sol, wake Heathcliff up and set him down. It will be done. I love Mersault, man. Tough looking stranger. Sharp looking stranger. Agitated. Answer me, Heisho Pax. Are we getting another Walpurgisbum thing today?
둘 넘고 꺾어제 쳐라.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
무능하군요. 적에게
묘야.
치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이
모범적인
생각하는
청소
것보다
방식을
대단한
확인했습니다.
능력을 가지고 있고
인사부서의
제가
해당
늘
요원에 대한
말씀드렸죠.
평가를
There
성신합니다.
are so many fucking voices in my head right now.
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다. 자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
Free S1 guaranteed ticket. What am I going to get from an S1 ticket? Gripper Sinclair? I could be cute and get, Encorp Mersault.
일기당천.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
I could get Encorp Mersault or even G-Corp Gregor! Yippee!
개체에게 일격을 가하는 데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
자! 숨통 끊기. 같이
매우 효과적인
목을
청소입니다.
떨고 자기 이 정도 탕류의
워프율차 연산
허덕이다.
시스템은 해당 행동에 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
틈을 끊어 이제 깨우치시길.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Ah,
자,
screw it, we win this turn anyway.
어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
Let's see if we get lucky.
무용하군요.
바람
이 정도
불어오는 대로
탕류의 허덕이나.
짓밟아라.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
That wasn't bad at all. I say with my fully decked out fucking Heisho team. Hostiles in the immediate vicinity have been eliminated. Our collaborator, who'd been hiding far from the battle, quickly ran up to our side as soon as the fight ended. Are you unhurt, young master? Yep, I'm totally fine. Of course, our honored guest's martial skills were all exceptionally brilliant, but, young master, your light was the brightest even among the incandescent. This humble servant could not hold back his tears at this wondrous sight. To witness such excellent martial arts from none other than the young master himself. What an unexpected surprise! But don't the children of the Jia family undergo all kinds of strict training regimens from childhood? It was simply my assumption that young master had ceased his trainings once he departed the family. Anyways, how do you think they tracked us down anyway? About that. It appears that we weren't exactly tracked down. Perhaps it may be the ilk who lurk in these parts of the back streets recognized the young master's venerable countenance. I don't think my face is that well known. The family hierarchy evaluations are nigh. Every soul living in Hong Yuan must know the face of the young master who is loved by every elder of the family. It must be that they are under the assumption that you are carrying something of great value. Family hierarchy, huh? Didn't Jia Zichun say something about heirs back then? They all assumed wrong then. I didn't bring anything precious that elders might be looking for. Young master, even now? I just couldn't care less about it. That's all. Besides, many of my siblings are much better fit to be the family hierarch than I am. Huh. That's... well, that is indeed a relief. Relief, is it? Well, but of course, it is a highly dangerous endeavor to partake in the hierarchy evaluations, so it is of great relief to note that young master is not putting himself in unnecessary danger. I guess that could be a relief, sort of. Well, we took them all down. There shouldn't be any more on the way, right? Greg, can we not jinx ourselves for 1 second? Why are you laughing, Ryoshu? Now I'm worried. Please, do not concern yourselves any further. We'll take a more clandestine path. I guarantee a safe and easy passage to our destination. I still have a hard time buying that. The lay of this place would constitute a perfect place to set up an ambush in most places. Yet you claim this to be the safer path? Thank you for the follow, reasonable dragon. Welcome in. Yet I must ask you to place your faith in this humble servant, for Hong Yuan is not like most places. Fine. For now. Oda shut her eyes for a moment out of retorts, then returned to look at Ishmael. Hey, Ishmael. You must have a pamphlet of this place handy, don't you? No way. You're actually going to read it? Why else would I ask? No, I mean, how can I not be caught off guard after almost a whole year of getting brushed off by everyone every time I plead with them to read the damn pamphlets? Like hell, did no one think to... I will find my own intel if you're just going to ramble on and on with your grievances. Okay, fine. Here it is. Otis opened the pamphlet and began intently glaring at its text, as though she didn't want to miss even the smallest detail of information in there. Suspicion clear on her knitted brows. It is time for another 10-pull chat.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은
Faust busted,
떳떳이
etc.,
살아갈 수
etc.
있겠군요.
What's the name of this intervallo? Nocturnal Sweeping. Yeah, a lot of Heishos. Heishos that I spent a lot of shards on. Anyway, time for another temple. Everyone do the ritual. Hold on, actually. Okay, we still need the Sanguine Desire Rodion and Wingbeat Ishmael, and then I'm comfortable with this doing whatever for the rest of the stuff. Alright. It didn't work, chat. That being said, the surplus of Dawn shards means... it means we are absolutely getting Queen of Hatred Dawn. This is gonna be the most rough one. You're doing hard mode on one of the earlier intervalos? Which one? I think I've done all of them thus far.
기차와 같이 달려나가겠소!
Yeah, we agree. We were on a desperate run. All the while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies. Oh, miracle on... I forgot what it's called too. Oi! What happened to safe and easy passage? Explain this shite! It appears the young master's radiant countenance was made known. I thought we were finding a more clandestine passage. How come we're getting jumped by even more enemies? As I've said, the young master's radiant... At least try to give a little variation to your excuses. I cannot so easily say that he's being untruthful given the disjointed allegiance of the enemies attacking us. Otis played with the pamphlet in her hand, clearly frustrated but unable to establish anything concrete. For people without a clear allegiance to attack a member of the Ja family, looks like everyone in the back streets has been getting pretty plucky while I was away. Back then, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. They'd all be on their hands and knees whenever we walked past. Ah, what a wonderful change! Oh, shove that wonderful change up your ass, you bloody loon! How much longer till we get there? My Kejan is near. Calm your worries. Our guide seems oddly calmer now than he did at the beginning of this journey. Did you see the Pomni Cross Sinclair agenda posting PMV? What? What the hell is any of that? Did he really get numb to all the violence that fast? Or... Speaking of which, what's a Kesan? It is a term commonly used to refer to taverns, inns, or equivalent places of lodging in this region. Lodging, huh? Like a hotel? Gotta be pretty fancy then, huh? They serve like complimentary snacks and drinks like the warp train? Not sure about that, but it seems like Keshans also serve alcohol and food alongside their lodging services. Maybe we can get a meal in there. And, hopefully won't be attacked there like this. Residential non-aggression taboo. Any mutual acts of violence inside a residential building is, within this particular area and floor of Hangyuan, a taboo. A taboo. You may rest easy within then. I saw Faust's eyebrows slightly twitch as though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing. But I guess I'll ask her about it later. Ugh, man. It's for some kind of family hierarchy or family head selection contest. Why couldn't they save all this fighting until then? Because it would be too late. Late how? Every hierarchy candidate must have brought incredibly precious treasures with them. It would be nice if they believed that their own treasure is the most precious of them all, but everyone's going to try to take each other's just to be sure, I see. Just in case someone else brought something even better than their own. And might as well kill them too, for the sake of convenience. Is that how the folks in your family think? What kind of line of thinking is that? But other families didn't seem too different from mine. Damn. Deepest apologies for intruding upon this most enthralling conversation. However, we may be inviting further trouble by dallying here. With that, the guide pulled out a watch to check the time. It will be nighttime soon. Gee, guys, I wonder why they keep referring to the nighttime in the back streets here.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
불가 위야.
하나
마감진
넘고 둘 넘고 꺾어 제쳐라.
Guys, what
효율적인
is so
대처로
special
대체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로
about
적에게
the night in
치명상을
the back
입혔군요.
streets?
고작 이 정도
관리자님은
탕류의
당신이 생각하는
허덕이나.
것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
일기당천.
Answer me,
고작
Heisho
이 정도
Pax.
탕류의 허덕이나.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Why are we being ambushed by bums?
끊어 이제 깨우치시길.
매우
요리야.
효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산
길을 열어라.
시스템은 해당 행동의 약 14% 모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 청신합니다.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
敵は深手を負っています。
흑수며 빈박질 춤.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Really like the music of this chapter? It reminds me of,
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
well, I was gonna say Deus Ex, but that might not be completely accurate.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Cocklet
敵は深
is
手
an
を負ってい
adept
ます。
Heisho? That makes sense. I mean, frankly, I'm surprised that one of these two wasn't an adept. That being said, Heathcliff getting 2 super IDs is kind of crazy.
목을 콱
물어버리는
시비스 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
아직 죽지 마.
마음 놓고 열어졌지. 목을 떨고 고작 이 정도 탕류. 바람 불어오는 대로.
넌
깔끔하게 물었군.
I was like, wait a second, I got 2 bottles of water. Where the hell is it? It fell down at the bottom of my feet. Hold on. Hey, ah, damn it, it slipped away. Okay, we're good. I grabbed it. Holy shit. I'm still of the opinion that each of the senators should have been a different branch. Each of them should have been an adept or hierarch candidate. I'm trying to imagine what Heisho Mursault would be. We're missing Mursault and Ishmael, but I'm pretty sure Ishmael's not going to get a Heisho. Because I think the Chinese Ishmael is already a thing, right? It's me, your Irish-American sister, Honglu! Now, here we are. Is this the place? After running through alleyway after alleyway, after turning corner after corner, we finally came across the side of several small buildings tightly built next to one another. At the center of them was a building lit with red lamps adorned with a door plate with complicated-looking letters scribbled over it. This is shoddier than I expected. Hey, isn't this place a bit too trashy to house your precious young master? That is not our building. Please look this way to see where our honored guests will be staying for the night. I knew it! I heard so much from Honglu about all the splendor, all the... Huh? We followed Qintao's finger and arrived at a small warehouse of sorts, its exterior painted in black. That looks smaller than even Mephistopheles. Can we even all fit in there? Hey, that place looks trashy as heck even for us! Let alone the young master. This is the nearest Kajang we can afford to stay in, at least among the ones that I manage. Yet its location in the back streets heavily limits the level of decency it can afford. My deepest and sincerest apologies, young master. Don't worry, we can always sleep in decent places. Looks just fine for an overnight stay to me. Nuts, can that thing even fit all of us in there? Much did I wish to guide the honored guests to the family mansion in the central zone. However, this time... Oh, the sweeping. Doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we got plenty of time to get there. Exactly. Do we have more than enough time to get to the family mansion? According to the H-Corp travel guide, the central area is only like an hour away from here. Has the honored guest traveled to District 8 before? Well, no, this is my first time here, but then one must ask how the honored guest could claim to have the full understanding of a place merely by flipping through a book, when she hasn't had to contend with it in person. Innumerable, unpredictable changes await in this teeming jungle of buildings. The ever-shifting structures, the constantly changing paths, ambushes from foolish yet vicious syndicates, or even offices of the back streets. Oh, we are beset by danger from all sides. Such bold, flippant approach to predicting the phenomena of this place is to court death. Even a toddler must know that. One fails to disguise his utter sorrow at the inadequacy of her wisdom. Is it just me, or are we all thinking back to Israel back at the Great Lake? Sip it, Dante. But if the guidebook lists a path, does it not imply that it is technically possible to reach there in time? Otis suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H-Corp travel pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about. I have faith that if our executive manager would lead us in your directionally challenged stead, they would be able to lead us to our destination before night falls. Me? This does not appear to have been discussed beforehand. Very well. Allow me to speak freely without frills. My responsibility is to bring the honored guests to the central zone, and to ensure the young master's safety. Hi, Zara. Happy Friday. It is indeed technically possible to reach the family mansion before the night in the backstreet commences. Technically. Yet, not even one iota of danger to the young master shall be permitted. The mission that has been so graciously bestowed upon this humble servant is not to guide the young master with haste, but to guide him with utmost safety. Oh. It is said that those engaging in strategies and plans must remain wary of losing sight of their purpose, to stubbornly forge on toward the family mansion in lieu of necessary intel to see when these mobs of assailants would end, is to wrongly prioritize the journey over the destination. You. Oh, you. Wonderful. Truly impressive. You have all the qualities of someone I would trust with my life when devising a stratagem. This is the most fitting attitude for those who genuinely wish the best for those they serve. Really? You're just gonna start going along with him all of a sudden? I have misunderstood your intentions, truly. They sparked my ire by comparing some of your choice words with my very own. Yet now, my eyes have been opened to the honest loyalty that lies within your hearts. Ha! 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 This humble servant did not even imagine in his wildest dreams that there would be someone who understands the fathoms of his loyalty. It seems that young master has certainly gained an eye for allies and fellowships. This is a cause for much relief in my heart. Ha ha ha! Listen to him. This one knows how to jest. They're basically best buds now, huh? I may have lost my cool for a moment there. Anyway, this man speaks true. It is highly likely that we would be exposed to attacks of a similar nature were we to continue moving at this time. He's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realized she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but dead serious expression. When our gazes locked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. Is this your way of saying, so long, I'm gonna quit and go work with this guy now? Thanks for everything? Dante, you're not that stupid. Come on. And as for this hotel, it is still much better than sleeping out. Still much better than sleeping in outdoor tent barracks. We should be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue here before moving on. Did you not earlier insist on continuing our search for a better accommodation with the greatest vehemence, Miss Otis? Yeah, whatever. We get your point. Let's go inside. Whew. My humblest self can only behold your generous acceptance of this insufficient lodging with the deepest gratitude. After all that serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision as he brought his fist and palm together. Architecture of today mustn't be judged with such haste merely by an observation of their exterior. The interior may hold aught to be surprised of. Worry not. With Rodion surrendered, wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building. Oh. Actually ain't so bad. Clean in here. This place presents a rather classical aesthetic. The landscape paintings lining the walls give off a rather sophisticated mood. And it's much more spacious inside than it looks on the outside. Did they use some kind of space expansion technology in here too? No. It seems that the building only appeared small due to the density of structures in proximity. Well, the door is now open. Should my presence be required, I shall be in the small shed next to this building. Please, do converse freely. The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Hong Lu stood a fair distance with the guide, quietly watching his face as he left. His expression was enigmatic, as if he were gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. Yet there was no light in those eyes. It was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers, and a howling, destructive gale. Do you suspect something, Hong Lu? I decided to ask. Not yet, I don't think. Huh? Not yet? So, big brother, something felt off to you too, huh? It's her! Why are you so short? That's when we caught a familiar voice. Wow! Sichun! It's you! And so soon, too! Yeah, I told you I had a feeling we'd be seeing each other again very soon. Have you been well, young master? So glad to see that you're doing well, Mr. Wei. Oh, wait! Don't tell me you're staying here too, Zichun. I normally wouldn't ever set foot in a place like this, but I ran into some kind of large-scale construction on my way back to the family mansion. Had to come in through the back streets. So we weren't the only ones troubled by that random construction site. Oh, Eltathy! Gah. The confident look on Zichun's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm. Did she lose her memories again? Is she with you? No, Don Quixote is the same as always. But she looks like such an airhead. Young Zichun? Well, wouldst thou accompany me to the lounge but a moment so that we may share moments of catching up? Oh, yeah, actually, let's do that. Hold on. I need a drink. Zichun seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing that her memories were intact. Before walking right up to her. I like that idea. Shall we? Wait, why don't you go and find a room for me to stay in while I talk some things out with her? What, you wanted to do some catching up, right? Manager Esquire! Loss of critical personnel may be cause for disciplinary action, Dante. I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. Looks like Zichun really likes Don Quixote if she's comfortable enough to tease her like that. It's not Don Quixote she likes. She obviously just wants Don Quixote's power she saw back then. My lady, This is hardly the appropriate place for... Fine. I'll try again later. Go get some sleep. I'm heading in too. Zichun sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. Well, let's all head inside now. So I and the rest of the listeners followed her into the lodging.
또 한 줄
Like the fifth ad.
길을 남겼군.
Yeah, sorry. A bunch of ads played every hour. I can't
세월이 지나면
control that.
홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 무얼
Well, I
바꾸는지.
can, but only insofar as you either get 4 ads every 30 minutes or 8 ads every hour or something like that. Twitch is fucking crazy. Genuinely surprised I haven't gotten Hook Office Fixer yet. Yeah, again, sorry. Twitch will either play 4 ads every 30 minutes or 8 ads every hour or some shit like that. It's fucking nuts. Sit-tune! Everyone was busy looking around and commenting on various things in our lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Sinclair? Something in here stands out. Like, imagine an ideal picture. You call? Ideal mentioned. Aw, I missed that joke you sung. That's not what I was... I'm not... anyway. Am I the only one who feels like something stands out like a sore thumb from the whole picture? Oh, yeah, glad you brought it up. I didn't say anything because I thought it was just me. Odia! So what's so off about this place? Isn't it obvious? Where'd all the complimentary snacks go? What's with that weird mystery table at the center of this room? Huh? That is kind of weird, though. What's that table doing there? Its saturated colors are quite the pleasant sight to behold. So, is it any better inside? What the hell is that hideous table? The kerfuffle sparked by the particularly unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. Of course, no one was able to discern the real purpose of that table yet. Stupid. Every step on the floor leaves black residue on the shoes. Not only the floor. Touching the walls leaves an unidentified black substance on one's fingers. Fellas, I think this building might be a trap. Not to mention the how the walls ripple in an odd fashion. What could possibly be the construction of this structure? Well, my guess is that the maintenance staff's been slacking. Maybe, but why is everything so neatly organized if that's the case? I've been to enough seedy establishments to tell when a place has gone a while without a tidy up. At least it appears that each room is furnished with a bed. While this is far from optimal, Executive Manager, we may be able to rest here. Huh. I guess they really didn't have the time to clean up. Kazi-chun, the last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression. I'm not even sure what to say to this ridiculous negligence. Then found her room after leaving a scathing remark. It ain't the first time we're sauntering right into some shady business, isn't it? Let's just cross that bridge when we come to it, yeah? I guess. Anyone could tell that there was something definitely wrong about that guy. Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor, vociferously expressing their desire to rest with a collective sigh of exhaustion. Well, it is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads. In that case, Dante, perhaps this may be a good time to announce today's close of business. Huh. I've never made this announcement outside the bus before. Oh, right. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. Understood. Thank you kindly. Starting now, you will all be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night. As soon as she finished, the sinners each began to relax in their own ways. Some stumbling into their rooms, while others lingered to speculate over the bizarre table at the center of the room. Save for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis? Yes, Executive Manager. It's about our guide, Qingtao. Oh, your new best friend from earlier? Seemed like you guys were getting along pretty well. What? That is simply untrue. Did you not see the signal I gave you earlier? What signal? Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction? Indeed, that individual has an informational advantage over us when it comes to this locale. Regardless of how sound the accusations we came up with were, he would have been able to explain them away using his familiarity with the region. I thought, as a party with an informational disadvantage, it would be wise to feign camaraderie and friendship with that individual and go along with their plans, while trying to dig out as much intel as possible. I seriously thought that suspicious guy totally won you over. Executive Manager, I've been in this business for many years. How could you even imagine that I would be fooled by an amateur spy so overtly suspicious? It's nothing. Otis's disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as though she remembered that there were more important matters then. I personally think this is uncharacteristically stupid of Dante. I get what they're going for with Dante not having full faith in Otis or whatever, but like, Dante's not that stupid at this point, man. Come on. While it is uncertain as to how long that individual will be accompanying us, it would be reasonable to speculate that he approached the LCCB with the explicit purpose of eliminating Hong Lu, Zhao Baoyu. I present the fact that it was Pilot, the inexperienced greenhorn, who somehow conveniently came across this connection, as another evidence supporting the suspicion. That's also true. Faust also has information to share. Faust joined the conversation after listening to us discuss for some time. A review of every known taboo has failed to identify one he called residential non-aggression taboo that universally prohibits acts of violence within residential areas. And that also has to be, it is too early to come to conclusions regarding that matter. It appears that this area, Hongyuan, has taboos that change depending on your location within its territory. However, considering every other circumstantial evidence, we can come to a conclusion that he was most likely lying to us. Your assessment cannot be denied. In that case, you must already be deep within the enemy's machinations. The constant stream of random assailants we faced earlier was also most likely a part of the plan. It may very well be that this building itself is also a trap, but we lack the intelligence about this particular backstreet to be certain. However, we do have one minor advantage. It seems that they have severely underestimated our capabilities, given the low caliber of the assailants they decided to send after us. One thing we can capitalize on is the mutual lack of intel. Keep our guard up, remain alert, and we should be able to navigate our way out of this trap, Executive Manager. Okay, I get it now. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. Honestly, I didn't know who or what to trust. then I would appreciate it if you could trust me fully next time. Otis bowed politely and returned to her room. What happened to the Dante at the end of Kanto 7? I don't know, this feels uncharacteristic for a character that's never actually said anything. Faust and I chatted a little more about Qingtao and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing much fruit. Witnessing. I realized that Hong Lu was missing as I was spending time chatting with the sinners. Didn't notice him going into his room. So I walked to the exit, about to look for Hong Lu outside, and ran into Jia Zichun and Wei, who decided to stay in the room close to the door. It's getting late. Where are you going alone without a guard? Oh, just looking for Hong Lu. Right. I can't understand what you're saying. Oh, right. When it comes to conversing with other sinners, I find that there are two types of people. The first type usually says whatever is on their mind without pausing or caring to hear my reply. Given that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end. However, it's oddly insulting as it seems as though they don't recognize me as a human, but rather a wall. Or a clock on a wall. And the other type is the one that reads me so well that they may as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Virgilius falls into the latter category. He recognizes the pitch of my tics and talks, reads my body language, or even sometimes claims to see my expressions like how Don Quixote does. And Jia Zichun, who saw through me with that short exchange. Okay, let's see. Just looking to get some early morning air? Oh, Does your prosthetic head even have a respiratory function? Wouldn't have guessed from the way it looks. It not belong in either category. No, not really. I'm just looking for Hong Lu because I haven't seen him in a while. You're shaking your head, so no. Then are you looking for something to eat? He's a new one. The type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking for help. My lady, would it not be wise to wake or find someone who may be able to translate? They would have done that themselves if it were something important. Kinda curious, though. What was that hand gesture you made when I first asked? You, brought your index fingers up to your cheeks? Well, Hong Lu's always smiling. But I thought maybe I could simulate his smile to convey that I'm looking for him. Perhaps it was an effort to express cuteness? Or beauty? But, what? No, I was just trying to express a smiling face! Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it? Huh. You're tick-tocking a lot more vigorously. Hey, I think you're onto something. Pain. This conversation was starting to veer to a completely unintended territory. After a bit of trial and error. I see, you're looking for a big brother, huh? We took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get her to understand what I was trying to say. Well, if he's who you're looking for, that's easy. You should be able to find him by the lounge back there. I doubt he got very far from there. If he even left. Well, that's what you were trying so hard to communicate. Jia Zichun was, strangely enough, disappointed and dispirited by my reply. It is sweet that she attempted to communicate, though. I did have something to tell you, too, but never mind. I feel like the mood's been ruined. Let's talk about this at another time. I was curious, but it would also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling. have a question for you, chat. If you had the inability to communicate via verbal or even by mouth at all, how would you ask the question of how are you feeling? If I had to give a response, I would say that I would attempt to gesture towards my chest, specifically where my heart is, and then gesture with an open palm towards the person I'm talking to. It could be misconstrued, sure, but if not an open palm, also pointing at them. Maybe. I don't know. How would you do it? I was curious, but it would also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude before heading to the back entrance. And found Hong Lu, gazing at that hazy scene out the opaque window. What are you doing here? People watching. There were some people stumbling through the streets outside. As I stared outside the window at the scene, Hong Lu seemed to sense what I was thinking and began. You worried for me, Dante? Well, yeah. It's your turn, Hong Lu. It really is. I'm back at H Corp, and everyone's talking about the finally Hierarch selection. But you don't have to worry about me at all. Because I did not wish for anything from Limbus Company. Really? I'm not like Yi-san. I'm not hiding my true feelings. No one gave me a wonderful promise like they would help me recover from my torn and broken wings. I joined only to have some new experience. That's all. But we do know that something's definitely going to happen, whatever it might be. Something that will shake you to your very core. Even if you didn't wish for anything, going through something like that could... Probably, yes. It's okay. I'm used to being led by the will of others anyway. Okay. No matter what happens here, I can't do this like everyone else. Because that's how it's always been. Whatever happens to me or to those around me, I only... A loud, boisterous bellow suddenly cut off Hong Lu even before he could finish the sentence. Oi! Let go of me! Just listen to that sod talking and tell me I'm not supposed to get mad at that! Dang it, lower your voice! What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff, who were most likely hiding behind the entrance door, tumbled into view. I knew I shouldn't have come here with this guy. Couldn't you be patient for even a few minutes before bursting out of there? How long have you two been... listening? From the very start, of course. I thought he was finally making some sense at first. What's that? That you're used to following others' will? I didn't mean to irk you, Heathcliff. I'm only telling the truth. Bloody hell, I'm about to burst the vessel. Oi, buggy bloke! Am I supposed to practice patience after listening to that drivel? I think I'm practicing plenty of patience despite you calling me buggy bloke out of nowhere. So yeah, you are. That's not what I... Finally, some silence. Anyways, sorry about listening in, fellas. I'll let you know some big secret if you let this one slide, though. What's the secret? Gregor rubbed his arm awkwardly as I stared at him in silence, then pointed at a pillar in an exaggerated motion. Guess who's hiding behind that pillar, Manager Bud? With that, two familiar figures stumbled out into view from behind the pillar. How could you betray us like that, Gregor? B-W-A-H-A. Bad, weak, and highly annoying. Good night, Snoozefest, she says. Huh? 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 Did I get that wrong? I never said GNS. When did you get a FU? Ryoshi looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing open the ceiling above the entrance. And with an uncharacteristically wet noise for something cutting through a wall, a black ink-like substance dripped onto the floor, followed by Rhodia and Otis crashing down after it. GTFO. Wow! Didn't realize I'd garnered such an audience for my story. Executive Manager, the sole reason I followed you out here was for the purpose of protection, as I was concerned for your safety. I am not like the others who have followed you merely to satiate their curiosities. Me? I was just bored. Then, shall we continue the conversation, Dante? Everyone back to your rooms! Now! Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Anyone else hear that ominous bell tolling? Holy shit, I'm cooked. Okay. You're really enjoying these Hey Show, eh, Manager Bud? I'm not running Contempt Law because W Corp gives me the bonus. Oh, this seems kind of a fucking mess, actually. Jesus.
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
마침내 현장 투입인가. 각 정리요원은
출발합니다.
마침내 현장.
어디서? 뱀 기어가는 소리들. 이 경로는
To be
숨어들기
honest,
나쁘지
I
않군.
could have run John Pierce or Firefist Gregor, but I don't feel like leveling more than one ID tonight. After that little kerfluffle, kerfuffle. You know what's fucked up? This entire, like, setting has been shit-talked. Like, this building is described as being, like, run down and shit, but, like, this is nicer than some places I've lived in. Just as everyone was scattering to their rooms, Otis suddenly began to vehemently oppose leaving me all on my own. Are you absolutely certain, Executive Manager? Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway. That's true. However, we are currently in an uncharted territory for our team. We do not have much experience sleeping at a place where our safety isn't an absolute guarantee. Hey, we're literally right next door to them. It'll take less than 5 seconds for us to come over when something happens. You not know that every second matters in emergencies? Now, Babushka de Camp. Let's get you out of here. An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out, and they eventually left my room, gently closing the door behind them. Finally, some peace and quiet! I sit on the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need to sleep like the sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. What does sangria translate to? I think she says it in her trailer. It's like succinct abbreviation naturally germinates rather immaculate art. Sangria is also it's a pretty damn good drink from Mexico. Actually, it's Spanish. My bad. Not. I mean, it is Mexican, but it's Mexican because it's Spanish. While I've gotten somewhat used to the pain, it still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time. And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the sinner's injuries became. They did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies. Which means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment to rest. So I think of the star. Before the great gates which I face with every revival, I witness its intricate engravings and feel its silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, I'm still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent. But by emptying my thoughts and just taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Hey, that's weird. Wind? What's this sudden chill? Something opened the window, but there's no way the gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that. And if it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from in front of me. I slowly turn around to look at where the window was supposed to be. Only to see a melted wall and an intruder slinking through the newfound opening. Who are you? As though driven by some unknown survival instinct, I rolled off the bed. But there was already a blade right at where my neck and head met, its steel a shearing cold. Just a little nudge and I'd be dead even before I could make a tick. I remembered how worried Otis was to leave me alone. I thought she was just being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, my final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis's advice. What a pathetically thin blade. Too delicate to have the clock CIH, I think. Ryoshu leapt down from the ceiling and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. Do you think she was just, like, crawling on the fucking ceiling like a spider? Ryoshu! Snuck in thinking I was about to see something interesting, but you're just some beast with steel. I looked up to see the ceiling torn open, dripping with viscous paint-like fluid, just as I saw earlier during my conversation with Hong Lu. Executive Manager, are you unharmed? And Otis peeking out from the gap. I, Otis, was the one who instructed Ryoshu that the ceiling had a room to hide in. Remember that! Shut up and help me. Ugh. Oh, I thought this one was just some beast with steel. I could have cut this beast in half, sword and all, had I not been on the bus. All of your abilities were diminished for the moment you were hired by this company, equally defanged and depowered, if you will. I suddenly recalled Hohenheim's commentary back at the LCE. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it. NFW, what is happening? Just as Ryoshi was struggling to stop that one blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger with their other arm and slashed at Ryoshi's neck. A beast of a Heisho pack. The intruder would have cut her throat had Wei not burst through my door. Who wields you now? I don't suppose dialogue is an option. Light enters not the vast guardian. It falls a star into its fathoms still. It's that shit that Bong Bong was on earlier. No! The intruder reached into his clothes, muttering an odd invocation. Little shit. Talisman! Wait, get it together! My lady! Just as the intruder's muttering began to grow intense, Jia Zichun leaped into my room and struck the stranger with her fan. Were you going to let that bastard finish that stupid spell? He almost activated the Q-Corp talisman. Even my even weakened, Ryoshi was parrying oil rig shaking harpoons in Kanto 5. She's just built diff. Apologies, my lady. It seems that I still remain somewhat bound by that spell. Listen, you're no longer a Heisho. You serve me now, got that? You don't have to let those things control you anymore. Yes, my lady. Apologies. I fell limply to the bed with the sudden alleviation of stress and pressure. Hey, are you... I can't understand them anyway. You want to guess which branch he was? Was he a horse? I managed to stop the assassin before he laid a hand on them. Fortunately. Got it. I don't think there was anyone else in here. Let's switch the lights on. When the lights came on, we saw... this one. This one's from a Mao branch, isn't it? There was a black bamboo hat wearing assassin on the ground. The walls? The walls that appeared solid before we all went to sleep were now melting as if they were a viscous fluid. There is something wrong with this building. I knew they must have done something to the building, but... how is a Heisho here? This whole operation's got to be spearheaded by someone with real power. This isn't just an ambush from an overexcited family hierarch contestant. What I don't understand is, why the Mao branch? There are better Heisho branches to use if all they wanted was to cut off the clock's head. And they must have had a different purpose, huh? Correct. This one is from the Mao branch of the Heisho Packs, which means more of them must have infiltrated this building. Though not at the scale of the Xi branch, the Mao branch always moves in groups. Therefore, their goal must be to kill every guest staying in this Kajan, including you, my lady. Then, gotta get moving. We can't let them surround us if we want even a chance of surviving this. Dante! Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again. Dart! Thank me later. If we don't move our asses, we're good as dead. Wait! Yes. We don't have time to contact the main forces of our faction at the family mansion. You know what to do when we're at a numerical disadvantage, right? It will be done, my lady. Dazichun and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, as though they had been waiting in here for my protection. Don Quixote and Gregor stood red-faced and on edge. Mersault was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore an inscrutable expression. I stand before you in shame, but to borrow the hands of another to protect the executive manager. No, I should have listened to what you said. Extrapolating from the pattern by which the walls have disintegrated, it's likely that they utilized the identical means of infiltration for each sinner. Oh, right. Were you attacked by bamboo-hatted assailants too? Their ranks numbered many, Manager Esquire. Yet, for how many of them there were, they were unsettlingly silent. Verily, we were almost... Not almost. I saw on the way here that some of us did get killed. Impaled straight to the guts. Do you guys notice the common thread between the ones who are alive with me presently The answer is, with the exception of Potential Man here, these are all the categorically strongest sinners in our company. What did they mean by this, Gregor? So what he said about how fighting indoors was a taboo? Yes, a lie. How utterly cowardly and unjust of those vile cur to strike for the shadows. Alas, now is not the moment to ruminate upon their villainy. Correct. Besides, there's more than waiting to sink their blades into us. This fuck-ass team, Jesus. Alright, I'm trying to see if there's any advantage to... Okay, yeah. So W Corpioshu doesn't gain charge with these two abilities. Oh wait, no, she gains it with Leap. Okay.
받아볼 텐가.
Ah, I see they got
유혈적
unbreakable
폭력
points.
사태 발생 중. 열차 내에 남아있는 정리 요원은 신속한 상황 종료를 위해 노력해 주십시오.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Reassault! Turn them into ketchup.
전탄 격발.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
요원 여러분의 제압으로 성공적 상황 종료 확률이 약 4.188% 상승했습니다. 축하드립니다.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
전탄 격발.
God, I fucking love Thumb Kappa Reassault!
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동의 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
敵は深手を負っています。
Sorry, I'm reading some of these abilities for the first time.
받아볼 텐가. 이것밖에 못하는 총알값
Oh, he's
아까운
locked the fuck in.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Well, not like it matters, but
충전
die.
기능 점검. 단숨에 정리한다.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에. 그렇게 서 있으면
敵に対して
목이 떨어질
大きな打
수밖에.
撃を与えました。
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
Guys, I think the
잘
thumb copper might be a bit
놀다
fucking strong.
회수하지 않은 탄피는 팁이다.
Shiifa. Oh, we're stuck with these fuckers. Okay. Well, fine. I'll keep using thumb capo. Why not?
사냥감인가? 몸이 끓어오르는군.
특이성 감지 센서, 청소
끼어들지
타입
마.
비확인,
한
위험 인물이 다소 위축되었을
주의됐다.
것으로 판단됩니다.
As for what DDEDR means, probably has to do with their passive, which is called Dimensional Demon Edge, or DDE for short. The DR would therefore be something like Dimension Shredder, Dimension Ripper. That would be Dimensional Demon Edge, Dimension Ripper.
또아리를 튼 뱀 근처엔 오지 말랬잖아.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
We won on an all negative coin.
공간을 뭉갠다.
God bless.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
사실 이런 보모구실은 제가 아니라 세피라들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피 저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요. 내 앞을 막을 자는 없어!
이것밖에 못하나? 이것밖에 못하나?
요원 여러분의 제압으로 성공적 상황 종료 확률이 약 4.188% 상승했습니다. 축하드립니다.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리.
전탄 격발.
I fucking love
エリート
exploding.
プレーサー並みの腕前です。
그렇게 서 있으면
승객 무력
떨어질 수.
확인.
Sure, let's rock.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
지금이 기회인 것 같소. 다음은 어디요?
Jesus.
승객 무력.
Man, that's a W Corp Don Quixote is drooping him like a fucking truck when you get the right circumstances for her.
차!
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
Death!
効果的な攻撃でした。
총알값 아까울 놈은
Aura farm! Oh, my beloved Thumbcapo Mersol. I think we're safe for now. Something tells me that they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them, so hopefully that means something. Ah! Where'd Don Quixote go? Hark! For I am here! Don Quixote rushed into my room from the hallway outside. I'd got into a spy if the other sinners had suffered as we have. Verily, they were indeed targeted as well. Most defended themselves well against the curse, and shall be here post-haste, yet... Not everyone survived, huh? Young Sinclair and Yisang, while it appeareth that they had risen and battled, they were caught unawares by our foes. 'Tis likely that their demise came soon after tripping over each other's foot. How embarrassing. And young Heathcliff, isn't that fella a resident mob fight expert? How'd they even get him? They didn't get me, mate. I'm good as new. Heathcliff! What's got you so gobsmacked, lass? 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 What the fuck's wrong with you? Brain damage. I recall a blade piercing young Heathcliff in the back of his head. Did Stout turn the clock for him already, Manager Esquire? No? Not yet, anyway. I can't believe it, it's a fucking ninja. Blimey, so that's what this funny itch in the back of my head. Heathcliff reached up to rub the back of his head, then crumpled to the floor mid-sentence. I need to fucking screenshot this shit. Necromancer theory deployed. Imagine being too stupid to realize that you died. Heathcliff's not breathing anymore. He's dead. How do you even manage to walk all the way over here with a hole in his head? Young Heathcliff! The other sinners are starting to gather, Manager. As pathetic as this force may be, we cannot spare any hands at the moment, Executive Manager. Do you think this is just a natural extension of his wild hunt powers manifesting? Or are you suggesting that he's like in some fucking Vento Arreo circumstance? We must also join the others as soon as possible and assist them. There are sounds of altercations coming from the lobby. Gotcha! The clock turns as it always does. Sometime later... Whoa, whoa, please hold on a moment. You? I could still see some people inside the lobby, which was also in the bizarre process of melting away. Among them, I noticed Zhao Zichun clashing against the figure wearing a bamboo hat. Going on the offensive already, huh? How come a big shot in control of a Heisho pack decided to come after small fries like us? And behind the black bamboo hat-wearing assassin stood. I see that you have tracked me down, so certain of your own safety. But my master has already prepared countermeasures. There stood Qing Tao, our supposed collaborator who led us here, and Wei, who was threatening him with the sword. So you were behind this. Ah, it's you. I sussed that you'd be planning something like this, but you lacked the patience to pull it off. You're quite observant. I thought I'd completely won you over. You must know that at H-Corp there's but one path to survival and riches. I do genuinely believe that Wild Hunt is literally the most common manifestation of his ego, and that our Heathcliff is going to become a proper necromancer who can to some extent bring back the dead. Stranger things have happened. Choose a family hierarch candidate and serve them with utter loyalty. But who in their right mind would serve young Master Baoyu? He who has grown up with no hardship. He who doesn't possess even a single speck of ambition. You shut your bloody mouth, yeah? And you, rich boy! Alright! You just gonna sit there and let that bloke talk shite to your face? But he's right that I don't have any ambitions. You got no self-respect? What do you have, anyway? Okay, everyone shut up for a second. He's obviously taunting you. Stop indulging him. Wei, speak. I know that you have no means to wield a Heisho pack. So speak. Which master did you choose to serve? Who controls them? Ah, so they are curious. Stay your swords. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows. Ah. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and assume that this is what my Faust is based on. Young master, are you certain this is wise? Worry not. They're destined to be swept away by the morning dew anyway. The trajectory of their fate shall not alter course were they to witness me. The voice soon reveals himself from the shadows, walking into the light with a casual, assured gait. Huh? Seriously? You? I see. You're... Allow me to grace you, ignoramuses, with my exalted name. I am Yihua, of the Shi family. You may know me as a very prominent candidate to the throne of the family hierarch. He's dead by the end of this intervallo, for sure.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군. 잘...
I wonder if this is going to have a dungeon. It's too fucking late for this shit, man.
군주가 나선다.
흑수,
의로
흑수.
잠깐
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
이제야 부르나.
잠깐
어디서?
각 정리원
출발합니다.
형님과 누님들을 위해
죽음께서
각 정리원
출발합니다.
형님과 누님들을 위해
가시죠. 각 정
출발.
형님과
오, 외부 일이냐?
Fucking hell.
뜀박질 시간.
Prominence? But of course, I claim control of a branch of the Heisho Packs. While you were wasting your time out there searching for the River of Immortality or whatever. I don't even know where I'd even start to refute your brain-dead accusation. This is way beneath me. I don't even want to address you as my senior either. So who is it? Big Brother Juan? Nah, I can't even imagine he'd ever be interested in someone like you. What are you talking about? I'm asking whose teat you've been suckling on to gain the control of the Mao branch. Because we both know for sure there's no way in hell you have the means to control them, right? You little twerp! You sure you want to insult my height from where you're standing? Master Yi... What? It doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was anyone actually important. Agreed. I could tell just by the look of that traitor with the physiognomy of a deceiver. This is a waste of time. Hey, Zilu, cut them all down. The mission was to assassinate them, to meet them in an open battle, to take the lives of hierarch candidates. Was not what was agreed upon. What the fuck? Blah, blah, blah. Just shut up and do as you're told. I may fight to protect your life, yet I cannot do more. A Heisho heeds no voices but that of the one who holds their... Looks like that she doesn't even control these guys. There is an apt saying, oft invoked in the East. A fox may pretend to the throne, but only with the blessing of the... Shut up over there! Damn it, this Heisho pack is useless! Can't even get a simple job done. Master Yihua, the Heisho pack was here merely as a backup plan. Our true strategy involves... True. This is fine. I have other plans to sweep you all away. This guy has nothing but his puns. It is one pun. This is the second time this individual has made an odd emphasis on a variation of the word sweep. What, are you trying to say you bribed the sweepers or something? While the reactions may appear suspicious, that suggestion is almost an absolute impossibility. The head is at the top of the sweeper's chain of command. In other words, only the head possesses the authority to command them. Right. Yeah, of course. Moreover, they are prohibited from touching, let alone entering, any designated residential areas during the night in the back streets. This is a permanent, immutable taboo of the head, one of the very first to be introduced. The effort of going through a myriad of paperwork to ensure that Mephistopheles is recognized as a residential vehicle was ultimately to capitalize on this taboo. Yes, it is exactly as you say. A stupid question to ask, making me anxious out of nowhere. That soured the mood. Alright, since an ad's playing, I'll be right back. Gotta get water anyway. So, my brother's got 2 dogs, right? My brother's got 2 dogs, and one's a bigger dog, and the other one's a smaller dog. And he has 2 kennels for both of them. He has 1 kennel for both of them, rather. And they've been reorganizing their living room a lot. And because of that, I'm not always familiar with where they've placed certain things. And even the stuff I am getting familiar with, I sometimes forget certain details. And so when they're here, obviously their kennels aren't closed anymore, except the way those kennels work, their doors kind of hinge open and stay open. So I went out to talk to him for a bit while I was grabbing a bottle of water while the ad break was playing. And on my way back to come back here, I walked crotch first into that kennel door. I almost did something very terrible. Fortunately, my sixth sense kicked in and made me stop. I nevertheless felt the Reaper rush against me. Hey, what a stupid question to ask. We could be anxious out of nowhere. That soured the mood. Come, let us leave. I had only intended to have them see my face after all. Too bad I won't even remember them in a few days once they all get swept away. Master Yihua? We best leave before any more necessary words are said. Faust is right. These guys are acting way too suspicious not to have some scheme brewing back there. So overtly suspicious that I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology on us into walking right into their trap. Well, once surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's usually a solution that usually works. Faust? Faust had intended to make the suggestion first, but it appears that you share the idea. Yep. So, Otis? Yes, Executive Manager. We have 12 sinners, Jazichun, and Wei on our side. And I don't think the so-called Malbranch are willing to fight, which means that we only have 3 enemies. Jihua, our guide, and Zilu, the assassin. We have the numerical advantage, don't we? You always make the most accurate read of the battlefield. What's going on over there? What's that tick-tocking noise? Our former guide seemed to have figured out what our conversation was about, because he took a few slow, careful steps away from Shihua before bolting off into the distance. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. Oh! What is it, Honglu? Did you remember something? I did. I had a hard time recalling this because he isn't from my family, but I remember now. Your big brother Yihua of the Shi family, right? Didn't that guy just announce that himself earlier? Anyways, Honglu, I'm gonna get that guy and beat the motives out of him. Is that gonna be okay with you? He's not from my family, but I'm sure Big Brother Yihua will be happy to answer your questions. Great! Another thing. As your commander, I should probably see something cool to start out the battle, right? Wow! That's going to be so cool! Like something straight out of a story! Otis said something like this once. That even if one side has the absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor in who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from a book Honglu once lent me. It was a general who said it, I believe. Destroy them all!
특이성 감지 센서 청소 타입 G 확인. 요원 여러분의 활력 징후가 높아짐이 확인됩니다.
Crushed bloodthirst. You're so fucking cute. Mine are bigger. A-res moment.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
敵が来ます。皆さん戦闘の準備を。
Shit! Shit! Okay.
틈을 끊어.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 성신합니다.
어머, 놀랐어? 흑수묘,
12세기
뒷박질춤.
명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
効果的な攻撃でした。
토끼를
Answer me, Heisho Pats.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Does anyone else feel weird right now? Like, anyone got a really weird feeling about...
효율적인
묘야.
대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
Something just don't feel right now.
기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
A strange tune crashes through the sound of the fierce battle. Is this EDM? Something about it sounds familiar. Ha! Finally. Thanks to this merry chase you've led me on, I have slid ever so slightly further into the world of the bristly. Let's see. Title 2, Section 11. Ah, Rosi. The punishment for those who dare to flee from the Middle's retribution begins by tearing their legs apart from the groin. I will make sure you suffer for all of my time you wasted. What the fuck is that blighter doing here? The hell's wrong with you? You've been stalking us all along? Since when is chasing after a thief conflated with stalking? I'll have you know that I'm still banished from the world of the luscious, thanks to you who dared to pinch my hair coupons! What the hell? Where'd they come from? You guys are just pissing people off left and right, aren't you? Silu, take him out! What an utterly insular fool. Oh my fucking god! There you are! I finally caught up to you! Ricardo, big brother, or the middle! What did you say? Did you know that Zilu is Malfaust? Yeah, I kind of figured. Do you not know that man? What's the middle doing here? Ricardo, a big brother with a middle. The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing. The man who almost forced me to self-destruct. Mouse, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again. No, not yet. According to the evaluation data at the LCE, the sinners' powers had grown since their time at the Great Lake. Our chance of victory against this individual has risen to a meaningful degree to forfeit the battle before it even begins. By how much? Enough to put our faith in the uncertainties. Alrighty then. Enough with the background noise. I don't know what your business is with these thieves, but I've personally traveled all the way to the eastern part of the city because I simply must exact my vengeance against them with my two hands. I could have simply informed my brothers in the east and let them handle this, but that just wouldn't do. I was determined to see this through to the end myself, even if it meant asking a great brother of the east for a favor. So you there, Half-Pint and his cute mini entourage, get the hell out of my sight. The middle's Book of Vengeance comes first. Half-Pint? Ha! Keep babbling, that fat lip of yours, minion of the fingers. You don't scare me at all with your cheap hairdo and that garish as hell botched dye job. You're an H-Corp turf now. I am... Wow. Just... wow. Bloody hell, mate. That's messed up. He's far too absorbed in his own foolishness to see he's walking into his own demise. Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath, even after enduring that barrage of insults. Instead, he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought. Ooh. Impressive. You just set a new record. You are the current record holder for how fast can I get written up in Ricardo's Book of Vengeance challenge, boy! You did it in 15 seconds! Then, with trembling hands, he reached down to grab his Book of Vengeance, opened it, and began to write something down on the paper, slowly and deliberately, as though to make each stroke of the pen count. Unfortunately, your audacity is... terminal. I will rip your jaws apart myself as punishment. Boys, make sure that this little band of thieves won't get away while I deal with this pipsqueak. What the hell is this asshole talking about? Hey, Zulu! Who the Actually, I don't care. Stop me if you can. Effective immediately, the punishment for all involved parties and bystanders at the site of your crimes shall be complete and total extermination. I think we could slip away and notice this mess. I don't think we've got much of a chance there. Ricardo practically rocketed towards where Zilo and Shiyifa were standing in a burst of speed. How do you like my music, Coupon Thief? Composed to myself, you better like his last song over here. I'm going to die! But his henchmen had already begun to slowly surround us as he ordered. Ready your weapons, everyone. Payback time for what happened at the Great Lake. Let's do this. Besides, I've got a score to settle with that son of a bitch.
대부분 분야에서 저는 최고의 성능을 내는 AI지만 응원은 조금 더 준비 시간이 필요합니다. 공감의 영역은 잘 쓰지 않았던 기능이라 일단 먼지를 털어내야 하거든요.
Give me one with a beat, chat.
일기당천.
자! 숨통 끊기. 아직
매우
죽지
효과적인 청소입니다. 워프열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동의 약 14%의
이거를
정밀 기여도가
충분해.
있음을
너한텐
판단했습니다.
조금 멀겠지만
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
You're going to help.
틈을 끊어. 바로 이.
Death.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
가죠.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
There was an explosive noise from a distance, and moments later, Ricardo landed before us with a boom. I heard that the Heisho of the East were a tough bunch. That lady was something else. So why do women like that suddenly split from a fight? Not my problem, I guess. She's getting written down in the book, too. Time to take care of what I really came here for. Get ready for a beatdown, coupon thieves!
개체가 유리한 조건을 이용하고자 하는 징조가 보입니다만 관리자님의
fuck?
전술력과 제 지시만 있다면 그다지 위협적이진 않을 것 같군요.
Okay. Ah, Ricardo got his shit fucking rocked earlier.
흑수묘 뜀박질 춤.
더럽혀진 몸은 모를 하늘조차 없다시니 악하다는 모든 것들아 나와 영원토록 뻥을 잡구나.
That did not hurt nearly as much as I was expecting it to.
틈을 끊어. 바로 이.
생명 유지 장치의 활성화를 확인했습니다. 아닙니다. 큰 부상을 입은 요원이 있다면 신속히 장치의 패널을 열고
Yeah, we're not doing that shit.
일기당천.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Oh, I fucked up. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Fuck it, I guess.
불가 위야.
말로 받아.
Answer me, Hazel Pax!
방금의 물리적인
Are we
공격을
fucking cooked?
오려네.
못했습니다.
둘럼
개체의 정보까지 일일이 읽어드리는 기능을 바라시는 줄은 미처 몰랐군요.
공격성 진단 장치에서 비효율적 정리 방식을 감지했습니다. 다른 방식을 고려해보는 것을 권장합니다.
I should have just used my ego. Fuck! Goodbye!
직원 중 하나가 큰 피해를 입었군요. 뭘 위해? 그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
도착했어. 상념으로 맑은 하늘.
Ricardo moment.
이 한 몸 바쳐.
It's fine. Hanlu always keeps a backup plan.
모든 피 쏟아내리리. 이깟 더러운 피에 무릎 꿇을
적에게
소냐.
치명상을 입혔군요.
적을 물었고
관리자님은
너의
Got him!
생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
혈염도 바로 더 모아쳐라.
틈을 끊어 바로 이
Death.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 혈염도 바로 더 모아쳐라.
사물 앵화
Calculated, chat. Wait! A shout cuts across the battlefield just as the sudden appearance of Ricardo was making things incredibly more difficult for us. Huh? Isn't that guy Splint? What's he doing here laughing his butt off? Finally lost the plot, eh? Failed plan after failed plan takes a toll, I suppose. Oh, maybe that was too much. But I mean, how could I not laugh, right? When after all that, everything comes together perfectly according to my plan. You hear this too, don't you? The sound of the city. The sound of the back streets. Do you hear the sound of crashing waves? Waves? When the sound of battle came to a stop with Shi Yihua's sudden shout, We all suddenly began to notice the low crawling sound of omen that had been swirling under the commotion. Something's melting, regurgitating, or perhaps boiling over. If not, it's seeping, it's siphoning. It's a trace that was at once living and dead. Crashing and breaking, devoid of any recognizable stops, the lines between where it begins and ends blurred. Yes, like waves. Current time is 03:21 hours. Then it's too late. The night in the back streets! We've never been outside the bus at this hour, have we? It was past 4 in the morning when we briefly set foot in the outskirts. So no, we have. This would be our second time. Though it must be noted that the time of day was not a matter of concern then, as we were in the outskirts. They're finally all getting swept away like trash. Oh, how I've waited for this moment. What's he on about? You can't possibly be thinking that the sweepers will somehow break the taboo to help you. Still missing the point. Botched purple dye job. Zilu, let us leave to the promised location. Huh? Did he actually scamper all the way here just to gloat at us and run away? Indeed, Shi Yihua gloated at us with a confident boast as though he were finally ready to face us, only to turn tail again with an unmistakable look of relief. I don't get it. Does he actually believe that the sweepers will help him? Faust? Indeed, sweepers do not invade residential areas. However, what if where we're standing isn't actually a residential area? What are you talking about? Look, this place has got walls, beds, beddings, and... I guess the walls felt weirdly mushy and... melty? It wasn't just Rhodia who realized what was going on. The other sinners all began to look around in confusion as well. The walls of the Kajan had all but melted away, leaving nothing behind. As though the place we slept the night in was but a house in a painting. Our realization came too late, as the wave-like noise from earlier had already encroached right up to where we were. And unlike other times, when they'd simply parted around the bus, they were cutting straight into the remnants of our lodging. It looks like it's sweeping time! What's going on? Why? There. This is ridiculous! Sweepers! How dare they break the taboo so brazenly! Looks like I'll be facing the waves tonight. Why do you sound excited about this? I mean, we've got to... Let's make some things clear. It's clear that if we do nothing but stand around, they'll sweep us all away. Damn it. We have to make our stand here. The final boss survived the fucking sweepers.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은
Mouth house broken, etc.,
박박없이 살아갈 수
etc.
있겠군요.
Fucking hell. Holy shit. Holy shit.
기차와 같이 달려나가겠소!
This is gonna be something else, ain't it, chat? Holy shit, they're even fighting back there. That's amazing. We are not winning this, are we?
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
토끼를 보낸다. 저 해충들을
Oh no, their
도려내라.
health is low. That means
틈을 끊어.
매우
묘야.
효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산
길을 열어라.
시스템은
That's
해당
bad.
행동에 약 14%의 정밀 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
that's really bad.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Oh, I just noticed, Ichin.
자! 숨통 끊기.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데
Did you know that
성공했습니다.
Super Seal on hit?
샴페인을
Oh,
가져오기엔 너무
I
이른 타이밍이긴
distinctly
하겠지만
remember.
이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지
There's also
않겠죠.
the whole matter of corpse cleanup. Sure, why the fuck not?
자,
시비수에게
이쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마.
틈을 이용하군요.
効果的な攻撃でした。敵に対して
이건 예상
大きな打撃を
정작
与
이
え
정도
ました
탕류의 호덕이나 하나 넘고 둘
Remember that
넘고
one coin reuse from Ruina?
꺾고 제쳐라.
Sure do. There's some serious shit going on in the background.
흑수묘, 뒷박질 춤.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
깔끔하게 물었군.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 바람 불어오는
적에게
대로
치명상을 입혔군요.
짓밟아라.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다. 목을 콱 물어버리자고.
We want to prep this ASAP, I think.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
모범적인 청소 방식을
바람
확인했습니다.
불어오는 대로
인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
바람 불어오는 대로
Oh, Jesus Christ, this trash disposal!
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
That shit away from me!
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Damn, she got the full 5 count off.
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다. 자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
Those two sweepers are screwed. You're going to hell. That being said, answer me, hey Showpax.
저 해충들을
Why
도려내라.
are we surrounded by
워프 열차
Hundreds,
연사 시스템이
if not
정밀
thousands,
선택이 적절했음을
길을
확인했습니다.
possibly tens of thousands
틔울 수도 없겠구나.
of sweepers?
견뎠어.
Uh-huh. Yeah, alright. Ah, that's a doozy to pull off. Okay. This should work.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Extract fuel, my beloved!
틈을 끊어.
깔끔하게 물었군.
It's truly unfortunate we didn't get sweep righties. That might be difficult to pull off. But maybe in the future.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 토끼를
Answer me, hey,
넌
Showpax.
푸름을 저 해충들을 도려내라.
Are we gonna make it to the end of the night?
숨통 끊기.
I sure fucking hope so.
묘여. 길을 여는 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이제 깨우치시길. 틈을 끊어. 바로 이.
Death!
이제 깨우치시길. 개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
넘고 샘 넘고
훌륭한 제압 성과를 낸 직원이 있군요.
겹겹의
효율적인
중
결과를 위해서 이쯤에서
뚫어보이겠어.
관리자님이 칭찬의 말을 건네줘도 좋을 것 같네요. 물론 진심까지 담길 필요는 없습니다.
Good. Let's rock.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
더럽혀진 몸은 모를 하늘조차 없다시니.
Yo,
악하다는
evil
모든
fucking
것들아,
dragon that kills my enemies.
나 영원토록 범을 잡구나.
This would be quite an experience for the sweepers, huh?
This is Limbus Company's battle. 私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました。
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
You know, all things considered, Isong is tanking this encounter like a champ.
깔끔하게 물었군.
빈틈투성이네.
Wave 2 complete. Wave 3 incoming. The sweepers having a normal night out with the family, only to see my overclocked, tarnished blood Honglu launch into the sky. The battle was long and grueling. Even Ricardo and his henchmen appeared visibly exhausted after the second wave. Big bro, we messed up. We never should have put you through this trouble in the first place. Don't worry about it, kid. You've taken a brother who came all the way from the south and guided him safely through the labyrinth that is H-Corp. I'd say you've done more than enough. No one could have expected that we'd be fighting the sweepers of all things. If we're able to withstand the sweepers, enemies that could give even the middle trouble, practice makes perfect and perfection makes an expert, huh? I guess Honglu wasn't too off the mark. Man, we would have been long swept away by the Horde if we were still new at this. Israel was taking this brief downtime to check the sharpness of her harpoon. Was right. We've been through something like this before. Fighting against an endless horde of enemies, long battles of attrition, it wasn't new. And that very experience was definitely an edge we had against these enemies. Of course. Can we even handle the third wave at this rate? There is no choice but to withstand it. Nothing was certain just yet. We still had the third wave to survive. I'll carry out your sentences as soon as we survive the third wave. Even when we're all basically in the same boat, that guy just can't help but have it out for us, huh? Why would I ever... Ugh! The third wave begins, and with it, the buildings suddenly begin to shift violently. What? Hold on. What's going on? The buildings are shifting! What's happening? I remember asking all of you guys to read the damn pamphlets. Buildings inside H-Corp shift every once in a while. I didn't know it would be like this, but still. Fortunately, it doesn't seem that the building we're in is shifted by much, Executive Manager. As soon as Otis finished, an errant building suddenly jutted violently from the ground, rising in a diagonal burst, and struck Ricardo square in the chest, sending him blasting off into the skyline. Damn you! Mark my words! This is also going in the books! Ricardo wasn't the only one who practically got punched by a building. Big Bro! The henchmen of the middle, who had formed a defensive square to withstand the waves, were blasting off in all different directions. Or maybe they were falling? I wasn't sure anymore. What is happening? The movement of the buildings has significantly reduced the enemy population in this area, Dante. This is an opportunity. Ah, now that those irritating bastards are off of backs, I think this is definitely more doable now. You can feel the spirit rising among the sinners. Come on, let's do this. We've done this kind of a fight 1,000 times. How are we all doing health-wise? Pretty good.
또아리를 튼 뱀 근처엔 오지 말랬잖아.
Regrettably, I should have brought Sinclair for this because now I can't use a Brilliant Glory. Can use Lantern though, but yeah.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
자! 숨통 끊기. 가치 없군. 죽어라. 자! 숨통 끊기.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
What a fucking mess.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Not square the chest plate of building after fighting 2 radiant sleepers in haste to a death. He's only mildly inconvenienced. It's honestly one of the craziest durability features in Project Moon right now. Those Syndicate motherfuckers, don't fuck with them.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
깔끔하게 물었군. 깔끔하게 물었군.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의
Why the
희생을
fuck was
기리며
that struggling?
축배를
The
드는
fuck?
것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
또아리를 튼 뱀 근처엔 오지 말랬잖아.
Fucking hell.
일기당천.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 깔끔하게 물었군.
Holy fuck. Survived. Was that the last of them? Current time is 0424 hours. About 10 minutes until the night in the backstreets ends. But we can relax now, given that we survived the third wave. The buildings are also no longer shifting. Stability has been restored. We did it, Executive Manager. Bloody hell. Finally! Sinners all collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. There was a Kazan here, but it's gone now. Despite the fact that we haven't moved at all from our initial positions, there wasn't even a trace of it having been here. We realized that we'd been relocated on top of a roof, as though we had all just awakened from the dream of sleeping in a building that never even existed. That was one hell of a battle, man. I thought I was done for. This is killing me. I don't know if we could have survived that if that hair-obsessed loon wasn't here to draw some of them away. Guess we got something to thank him for. So that's all they've got in a head-on battle. Art thou acquainted with these foes, young Ryoshu? OFC. I've heard of them. Their scent of blood. 'Twas fate, but cannot be. No. It would be best not to linger overlong on this thought. Why not? Dig deeper. Letting ephemeral inspiration slip through your fingers is the death of creativity. Said I won't linger on it. Don't rush me. Whatever. How uninspiring. Guys, now's not the time to bicker. Ryoshu and Don Quixote's words were indeed unnerving, but we'd have plenty of time to discuss that once we return to the bus. If we can return in one piece. Iiwa. I'll be frank, that was impressive. I thought for sure you'd have been long swept away by now. Iiwa must have been waiting somewhere nearby to watch us die, because it did not take long for him to reappear before us. Perhaps they agreed upon a new deal while we were fending off the waves of sweepers. The Mao branch and Zulu were both approaching us in an intimidating gait that contrasted with their earlier passivity. Damn it. Executive Manager, we've had too many high-risk, high-fatigue battles in succession. I hate to offer such disloyal advice, but it may be wise to avoid this battle at all costs. That don't seem like an option to me. I look around. Most of the sinners were either dead, trampled, and chopped to small, unrecognizable pieces. They were barely holding on at best. I can bring them back. I always do. When they've completely surrounded us, I don't know if I can bring them back in time to protect me. It might just cut down the sinners as soon as they get back up. Well, this was well within my predictions. I could simply finish off anyone that has been swept away. Now, a stage is set for my ascension. For the next 10 minutes, no sweepers, let alone anyone, is coming here. You know why? Because who in their right mind would leave their homes when the night in the backstreets is still ongoing? And it looks like even that annoying idiot for the middle's been taken care of too. Somehow. How much of this was your plan? How much, you ask? The whole thing, of course. All the way back to that construction site that blocked your path. The one who deceived that unscrupulous fool of your company? It was me. The one who put the pitiful Qingtao, who doesn't even have a family name, with you? It was me. The one who contracted the Triax office to challenge you for a duel? It was me. And guess who it was that relayed your real-time location to all kinds of forces in the district? Yes, it was me. And this trashy lodging without a residential permit? All devised by none other than yours truly, using Q-Corp's technology. I see. Oh, it's so good. It was so good, wasn't it? A perfect strategy. What'd you think? Aren't I great? Aren't I so utterly clever? This is exactly why I deserve to be the next family hierarch. A folly to speak those words. An unfamiliar voice echoed from the dark. There was neither animosity nor hospitality. Only utter serenity and nothing else. The speaker approached us, walking under the narrow ray of moonlight that shone between the shifted buildings. In his hand was a decapitated head, illuminated by the pale light. Blood dribbles from the severed neck, and the wide-open eyes remain frozen in its final moments, filled with utter terror. He walks toward us, in step with the drip, drip of the blood. It can't be. Tzu? I knew Yifa was working for someone. It was him. Why do you have Qintao's head? I think I think I know where Hong Lu got his drip. And I don't like what that means. I have brought back the wayward pet to his master, that it may once again be leashed. There is a serpent, my lord. Leave it. We needn't shoo it away. What? You were loaned the Heisho pack so that you may simply get in their way. No more. I see. Was there a sudden change of heart once you held the leash in your hands? That to return to the Shi family's side would be to your benefit? No! You knew everything all along? What, I must ask, is everything to you? Your vision is too limited for my lord's wisdom to comprehend. The wise fails to peer through the narrow-sighted eyes of the fool. But if by everything you refer to how you feigned abandonment from the Shi family to secure my lord's trust, indeed it could be said that we do know everything. Don't kill me! Please, please don't kill me! I'll share with you my most guarded secrets at the Shi family. Right! The 10 blade to the east! Yes, the thumb... Shi Yihua could speak no more, for a serpentine blade struck from the umbra and separated his head from his torso with ease. Little Yihua, have I not warned you time and again to guard your tongue against the creeping desperation? I believe that we have gathered the intelligence we had hoped to collect, my lord. You needn't pursue the serpent, Zilu. His voice boomed as he commanded those who appeared to be his officers. The tall, built man took a ponderous step from the shadows and stood before us. With an enigmatic expression, he wordlessly looked at Yihua's decapitated head, now lying on the ground, then at us. It was as though he was gazing upon the clouds or blades of grass. I shall take them with me. He picked up Yihua's decapitated head before gesturing at his officer with a nod. Ah, here it is, my lord. Wrap their heads with stasis wraps, and decomposition won't set in any time soon. And with those bandages, he begins to wrap them up in a practiced motion. He does not pay us any heed, as though we weren't even worth the attention. Return to me once you are finished here. Yes, my lord. Hold on! You can't just show up out of nowhere and... He did not reply, his eyes gazing yet reflecting nothing but hollow emptiness. And just as he had emerged from the darkness, he vanished into the shadows carrying 2 decapitated heads. Holy fucking shit! I think I pissed myself a little.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍루가 무얼 바꾸었는지를.
That was a little scary. Things weren't looking any better. I could instinctively tell that they were different from anyone or anything we'd faced in Hong Yuan so far. I don't suppose our lord left them alive only for us to slay them. Then perhaps it would be apt that I introduce myself, as it is common courtesy to do so. Call me Zhigong. I am but a humble student of my lord, Master Chu's teaching. My lord, Master Chu. Somehow, I was reminded of the discussion Qing Tao had refused to finish. But when the far one comes betwixt the burnt door shall a star fall astray. As for the song, it's a song that's become rather popular in the backstreets in recent months. This is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Name's Dante. I'm their manager. I decided to speak up, struggling through the pressure. I instinctively knew that we had to find out as much as I could about that man from earlier. They introduced themselves as Manager Dante. I see. Your candidness is appreciated. Zilu, withdraw the Mao. It seems we need not contend with them at the moment. Very well. It seemed that they had the very same thought about us. Now, is that sufficient proof of our intent to engage in a brief discourse? To discuss some matters with you to mark a courtly ending to this encounter should be a benefit to us, for the prospects of our future. So, ask away, as they say. So, that's when Jia Zichun stepped forward after having retreated from the domineering presence. So that's what those suspicious songs I heard in the back streets were about. It's about you guys, wasn't it? So are those lyrics true? Ah, so that is what you wish to know. Zichun of the Jia family. It is said that you possess talent in rhetoric, yet walk a path beclouded by concern and anxiety. Truly, your insignificance precludes your part in greatness. Wei, don't speak for me. I would have been the first to say anything if I thought she was wrong. Yes, my lady. Shi Yihua. You're the one who sent him after us, right? Close, yet not exact. He was an agent of the Shi family, sent to spy on my lord's doings. We had bestowed him control of a Heisho pack, for we had found his conduct shallow, and saw a means of learning more of the Shi family's machinations. Yet it seems that once granted power, the boy mistook himself for a man with the wherewithal to represent the Shi family. So, you used him, just as he sought to use us? Though he was quite shallow in his strategy compared to our own. So, what now? I don't think you're looking to kill us, right? Now, nothing. Do whatever it was that you had sought to accomplish here. You're letting two of your master's rivals go, just like that? What a strange thing to say. Look around as I might, I fail to see any rivals here. Then, why did you order Yihua to attack us? You said it yourself, we're not even your rivals. The manager inquires why you commanded Yihua to carry out this assault against Limbus Company. They fear, yet they seek to gain understanding through that fear. Yet they remain wanting in a certain perspicacity. My lord has always said that if one learns not from a plight, then no discourse with them shall bear fruit. Instead of giving me a straight answer, Jigong left me with only a puzzling comment before she brushed past us. I have given you courtesy enough. This is a good time for us to depart. Now, do stay nicely within your borders, as you have remained there thus far. I would greatly despise an odd splash of ink marring the great painting. With that, Ziyang walked into the shadows cast beneath the forest of buildings. Zilu and the countless Heisho that had surrounded us also disappeared with them. Finally. I looked around just in time to see Otis collapse, while the rest of the sinners lay dead or barely clinging to life. And there was Jia Zichun, who had collapsed to the floor as well, and Wei, who was tending to her wounds. And me, who Somehow survived through all that without getting decapitated. And the night that put us through multiple brushes with death came to an end. The day breaks. Yeah, and that's pretty much everything that's happened. That big brother too? I see. Once the day broke, we decided to take a quick walk outside to recover a little from the exhaustion of the night. It was also to decide our course of action from here on, and we also had to decide if we wanted to travel with Jazichun, with whom we shared a destination. Hello? Did you forget how to make a concerned face or something? How are you maintaining that irritating poker face throughout the whole conversation? Of course not. Classic Ja family secrecy, huh? Always hiding something. And I bet you are, too. You are, you better spit it out now. I don't have the time to casually stroll about with my to-be enemy. Zichun, as I've always said, the seat of the family hierarchy is of no... Fine. Even if you're lying, I do know that you haven't prepared anything for your assignment anyway. Changing the subject. Jazichun, who was chatting with Hong Lu, methodically slowed down enough to walk right next to me as though she were executing steps of a plan. You lead my brother's faction, don't you? About what I wanted to talk to you about earlier? I guess I do. For now, I guess. Earlier? Oh, is this about our conversation back at the Kazan? Brother, translations, please. Of course! Dante is, unquestionably, our manager. Great. Let me make a proposal, then. Become my faction for the duration of the family hierarchy evaluations. Help me out. What? It's, can we do that? Can we do that? Why not? You guys managed to stall even the sweepers. That means you command a formidable force. Besides, you're headed to the family mansion anyway, aren't you? You just don't know what to do once you get there. And as for the competition, well, my brother doesn't care about the whole thing anyway. So why don't you join me? Help me become the family hierarch. Not like our other older siblings. I always pay my debts, whether that's for a favor or for a grudge. If you can't trust me, I'm happy to make a written... Can we do that, Faust? Faust deems Jazichun's plan, or explanation of it at least, rather flawless. Having such an ally at the apex of a wing will be a great boon to the Limbus Company as well. I guess so. And I don't see any reason to refuse her offer. Honglu, who's been listening in our conversation, boiled the discussion down to a clear explanation related to Jazichun. Perfect. It is said that formation of such alliances could come with a grand banquet to mark the occasion and to cement the upcoming coalition. The banquet's on me. Once we get closer to the central zone, let's find a nice Kazan to discuss our future ventures together. You're Dante, right? Let's make this thing work. Let's! I was still bewildered by the turn of events, but Jazichun reached out for a handshake with such earnestness that I found myself almost drawn to shake her hand in return. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we ever made ourselves an ally that wasn't specifically selected by the company, huh? Well, if that's the case, I really hope we can have at least one ally who doesn't meet a terrible end. Anyone else hear that ominous bell tolling? After the banquet, we walked out of the Kazan to find Mephistopheles waiting for us in the middle of the road. Oh, man. Never thought about it, but now that it's just standing like this in the middle of the street, it really stands out, doesn't it? Is this your usual ride? Glad to see that you're all safe. Soda and Pilot walked out from inside the bus. Uh-huh. So, did you guys take care of the business? I have some more pressing things to talk about. Listen well. Do you have any idea how much trouble your subordinate's little connection... Yes, Miss Faust already gave me a report. Pilot? Oh boy! Yes, ma'am! By the way, he's awkwardly stepping forward. He's probably already got a hell of a talking to from Sode. Real mighty sorry about that, y'all. I've only ever been part of eradication missions, never in this espionage mission, so... Pilot, what did I say about mixing excuses into an apology? Forget what I said! Real mighty sorry, for real! This Qingdao guy approached me and sweet-talked into going along with that plan of his. So I got too cocky, assuming that I knew better than my seniors. I'm sorry, too. I forgot that he's still a new guy in the business. Of course he'd be prone to making these mistakes. Looks like we'll both be writing letters to explain our future. Looks like we'll both be writing letters to explain our failure together, huh? You're both getting disciplined for this? The disciplinary action is unlikely to be anything of significance. The LCB team came out unscathed, all things considered. However, it is likely that they may have to work for half a year without pay. I'd consider it a win if all we're getting is docked pay. Next time, I do promise! Next time, I'm gonna get real good at this job! I'm gonna become someone who can actually provide good assistance to y'all! Of course, Pilot. You really should. In fact, you will have no choice but to become a contributing member of the team when I'm done with you. Let's really get to it, huh? No one's dying or getting fired under my watch as long as I'm their manager. I'll make sure of that. Yeah. Oh, right. Almost forgot to tell you, Sode. It's real important business stuff. Going forward, we're gonna... Oh yeah, I was going to bring that up sooner or later. We just got the orders from the LCA. Sode produced a small device from her pockets and began reading from it. Upon arrival at the central zone of H-Corp, the LCB will participate in the family hierarchy evaluation with the candidate. You're going to anyway. Now this bus team faction is going to be The LCB will present the following sinner as their chosen candidate. Sinner number 6, Hong Lu. What? What? You can't do that. What the hell? You, all of you. I'm gonna make you throw up everything you just ate, you assholes. Finally. Kanto 8. The Surrendered Witnessing. Oh, shit. What a night, huh, company? Okay. So, the banner has Sanguine Desire and Wingbeat on it. So I'm not gonna try to shard them until the last possible day, which will be on 5 days from now. So I may stream Limbus Company briefly that day. I don't think I'll do the Kanto. How far am I into a fucking mirror dungeon run? Floor 8. Ugh. I can't squeeze out any more fucking tickets from this, so... Alright. Man, these achievements are a bit of a bitch. Especially because I don't have enough IDs to really do the proper clears. Well, I suppose that's that, chat. So, let's see. Tomorrow, Zenless Zone Zizzles. Next week, Kanto 8, I guess. And then after that, we have one last Intervallo, and I think we're caught up to Limbus Company. Holy shit. Just in time for the new year! Anyway, thank you everyone for watching. If you're new to the channel, please consider giving me a follow here at twitch.tv/WildWesson. I also stream on YouTube and upload clips there. You can also follow me on Blue Sky and Twitter, where I post about regular bullshit every so often. And you can join my Discord by typing !Discord in my Twitch chat, clicking the invite link from there. Until then, please take care of yourselves, everyone. Have a pleasant evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are, whatever you are. And I'm going to bed. Or not. Maybe. Bye, everyone.